Please welcome President of the Republic of Lithuania, His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm a Professor Margarita Šešelgytė, and I will be your moderator throughout the whole day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference of 2025, which is titled Pillars of Resilience Amid Global Geopolitical Shifts. This conference is organized by the Bank of Lithuania, and this year we are celebrating a special occasion. It's the 10th anniversary of Lithuania's joining the Eurozone, and this milestone serves as a pillar of reflection, what we have done during this decade, but also reminds how important it is to be a part of the European fabric. Today, as you know, Lithuania stands firm in the European and global economic rankings. I'm sure that you know that there was a recent study of the Economist where Lithuania ranked number 9, outperforming other 29 countries. We have never been as successful as we are at the moment. But today's discussions come at a very, very critical juncture for Europe and the world. Geopolitical shifts and global fragmentation are reshaping economic landscapes and testing the resilience of nations and alliances alike. So together, we will delve into the discussions about Europe, about the world, how Europe can respond to the challenges it faces, and how Europe can emerge stronger, more united, better prepared to the uncertainties of tomorrow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the stage His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, for the opening remarks.
The President of the European Central Bank, member of the European Commission, ministers, Central Bank, governors, distinguished guests of the conference. Every Euro adoption story is unique. Naturally, I like the Lithuanian one the most. The introduction of the Euro has transformed Lithuania's economic, social, and welfare landscape, benefiting business and society. Over the last decade, the common currency has become a firm part of our European identity. Perhaps most importantly, the Euro now protects us against global financial turmoil. While the crisis of 2009, before the adoption of the common currency, resulted in insignificant drop of our economy, by 2020, we were much better prepared. Shielded by the euro area and able to rely on the counter-cyclical fiscal policy, Lithuania managed to escape the pandemic crisis with no GDP contraction. And now we demonstrate the strongest performance in the whole region. In the last 23 years, Lithuania's GDP per capita grew from below 40% to close to 90% of the European Union average. And in the last 10 years, the decade of the euro, income convergence only accelerated. We saw many sectors moving forward at an accelerated pace, including advanced and innovative manufacturing and services, lasers, biotechnologies, information technologies, military technologies, and sustainable food production. This year, we mark 20 years of the European Union membership and the 10th anniversary of Euro in Lithuania. On this occasion, calling Lithuania a true success story would be no exaggeration. And I strongly believe that success stories make Europe stronger. The way I see it, the Lithuanian example underscores the euro's general resilience and credibility. In these turbulent times, nothing is more important than being stable and trustworthy. Stable currency makes not only economic but also social sense. It protects vulnerable people and makes their living easier. In most cases, we can say that the economy functions best when there is price stability. A strong economy also contributes to a strong currency. Dear Madam Lagarde, I would like to commend the European Central Bank for its efforts to keep the common currency stable, which in turn provides a solid foundation for our common market. Right now, we have a firm foundation for building Europe's future prosperity. The real question is whether we will be able to take additional steps. Europe urgently needs to be more competitive. Our internal market needs more freedom and less barriers. Mr. Letta and Mr. Draghi clearly state all this in their comprehensive reports. Nonetheless, we must also acknowledge that the question of Europe's competitiveness does not exist in a vacuum. The changing geopolitical and geo-economic environment constantly shapes and transforms our reality, and we cannot afford to ignore it. In the foreseeable future, we will have to speak more about raw materials, new technologies, and innovation gaps. We will have to find adequate responses to the hostile actions of the third countries. We will have to move closer to a savings and investment union, as well as a common EU debt, especially in defense. Strengthening the European defense industry will be the key in the current geopolitical situation. To be secure and to help Ukraine more in its fight for freedom, we will have to create missing capabilities and invest heavily in the critical areas such as air and missile defense systems and ammunition. Finally, to increase the competitiveness of the European Union and to strengthen our economy along with the common currency, we will have to agree on concrete tasks with clear deadlines. We must clearly mark our way forward so as not to get lost in the wilderness. We must also work towards further enlargement of the euro area, which is a natural and beneficial process. While we are busy making improvements, we must stay open and innovative. Our goal should be enhancement of the strategic economy of European payments and monetary sovereignty. One good example for this could be the ambitious project of the digital euro as a supplement to cash payments. But we need more to fully harness and explore the technological age with its many opportunities. I hope that today's discussion will contribute to a greater understanding of the euro area's issues and future perspectives. I wish our esteemed guests the most fruitful conversations and a pleasant time here in Vilnius, even under terrible weather conditions. Thank you, and thank you to all participants of this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for kind words, and that's the message for everyone to heatedly participate in the debate and discussions later on. But now I'd like to invite to the stage Gediminas Šimkus, the chairman of the board of the Lithuanian Bank, for the welcoming.
Gerbiamasis Jūsų Ekscelencija Lietuvos Respublikos prezidentė Gitanai Nausėda, gerbiamasis finansų ministrė, gerbimieji Seimo nariai, vyriausybės atstovai, garbūs svečiai, ponios ir ponai. Nuoširdžiai sveikinu visus susirinkusius į Lietuvos banko ekonomikos konferenciją. Ir renginys neeilinis, jis skirtas euro mūsų bendrosios valiutos dešimtmečiui Lietuvoje paminėti. Renginys tarptautinis, todėl dabar pereisiu prie anglų kalbos. Dear President of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, dear Member of the European Commission, Valdis Dombrovskis, governors, ambassadors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to this historic venue. We are at the Palace of Grand Dukes of Lithuania. And since the early days of the Grand Duchy, a predecessor of a modern Lithuania, the palace has stood as a geopolitical and economic center. The occasion that gathers us today is very special. 10 years ago, Lithuania joined the euro, which is also both an economic and geopolitical landmark. Therefore, the topic of today's conference, Pillars of Resilience Aimed at Global Geopolitical Shifts, is not accidental. It's an invitation to reflect on the most pressing challenges to Lithuanian and European economies. And most importantly, how we can overcome them. The euro accession does not happen overnight, and as Lithuania's experience proved, by trying once. Economic and legal criteria are rigorous, making the accession a demanding journey. And during this journey, both actions and words matter. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you, Christine, for your support and consistent vision on the euro area membership. Then you visited Lithuania 2013, back then, in your capacity as the managing director of IMF. Dear Christine, that's the tricky part. Merci cordialement. Besides being demanding, Lithuania's journey was also collective. The adoption of a common currency is beyond the capacity of a single institution, and I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone. Your bright minds and strong will made it possible. Thank you. And congratulations to all Lithuanian people and all of us here on this 10-year jubilee. I see the euro membership as one of the cornerstones, a part of Lithuania's strategic and decisive Euro-Atlantic integration since the 90s. Lithuania is an old country whose name was first officially mentioned more than 1,000 years ago. And despite a relatively early appearance on the European map, Lithuania's political and economic development has not been continuous. And of the past 200 years, our country was independent and sovereign for less than 60. Accession to the European Union NATO, Schengen area are landmark events. They show that solidifying and deepening Lithuania's ties with the Euro-Atlantic friends has been consistent. The accession to the Euro area was part of our steady goal to increase economic and geopolitical resilience. Esteemed guests, the Euro was one of the best economic decisions over the last 30 years. It has brought tangible benefits, economic benefits to the people. 10 years ago, at the Euro doorstep, Lithuania's economy had to be and was well balanced. And the Euro now further strengthens it. The Euro contributed to the trade expansion. Financial stability was enhanced by eliminating currency mismatches and broadening liquidity management tools. The Euro reduces downside risks to our economy. That is most evident in crisis situations. During the COVID-19 pandemic, despite an almost complete shutdown of economic activity, huge uncertainty about the future, international markets were lending to Lithuania at low interest rates. And this not only helped to prevent economic contraction, it also stands in stark contrast to GDP loss that we experienced at the depth of a global financial crisis. Lithuania strengthened its geopolitical resilience and economic stability with the adoption of Euro. By introducing the Euro, Lithuania demonstrated that the European project is attractive and its objectives of economic stability and geopolitical cohesion continue to hold appeal. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years anniversary of Euro in Lithuania offers a chance to look into the future and to steer it by making wishes. So what do I wish for our common currency? Jean Monnet said, continue. There's no future for the people of Europe other than in union. I would add that our single currency would indefinitely continue providing benefits for the people. And here, in Lithuania, we are on a good trajectory. My second wish is that we not only continue to stay together, but also further deepen our integration, improving single market modus operandi, increasing growth and productivity, and enhancing institutional capacities. And these are not just economic matters, certainly not in the context of Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine. I am sure that today we'll have a lot to say about these and other pillars of resilience. So I stop here and once again, congratulate all of us on the 10th anniversary of the Euro in Lithuania. Thank you. Ačiū.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to invite for the keynote speech President of European Central Bank, Madame Christine Lagarde.
Thank you so much. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Président du Conseil, Monsieur le Commissaire, Mesdames et Messieurs, Mesdames peut-être pas, mais Messieurs, Messieurs les gouverneurs actuels ou anciens, Messieurs les membres des conseils divers et variés, Monsieur le Président du Conseil de la Banque nationale de Lituanie, and now I'll switch to English. But it was also my way of showing my huge respect for those in the audience, and in particular to my host, Monsieur le Président, and to you, Gediminas. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for hosting this conference. It's a true honor to be here. And although you gave me a slight reminder of what I looked like 10 years ago, which was a lot better than what it is today. But at least, as some writers have said, I survived. And you have more than survived. You have thrived. So, laisvė, vienybė, gerovė. To those who don't applaud because they don't know what I said, it was freedom, unity, and well-being. And these are core national values of Lithuania. And accordingly, they are engraved on the edge of your €2 coin. Freedom, because of the liberation from Soviet occupation. Monsieur le Président, you reminded me of this March for Peace that brought together more than 2 million people. Unity, because of the need for national solidarity, and well-being, expressing hope for economic and social prosperity, which, Gediminas, you have beautifully showed us through the charts. These three words capture the spirit of the Lithuanian people. And I believe that being part of the euro has actually strengthened those values. Let me briefly say in which way. The country is now an equal partner in setting monetary policy for one of the world's most important central banks, rather than having effectively to import the monetary policy of whoever are the large neighbors. And that gives the country the freedom in charting its own macroeconomic destiny that smaller economies cannot otherwise typically claim. Lithuania also now issues the world's second most important reserve and invoicing currency. That provides unity in the face of a more volatile world, as foreign shocks do not penetrate the domestic economy as much, owing to domestic currency invoicing. It was clearly the symbol of your umbrella that shielded members of the euro area. Lithuania is especially resilient on this front, invoicing no less than 78% of its exports to non-member countries in euro terms last year. This is the fourth highest share across the European Union. And being part of the euro has increased the well-being of the Lithuanian people. In 2015, when Lithuania joined the euro area, GDP per capita in purchasing power standard terms was around 70% of the euro area average. By 2023, it exceeded 83%. But most recently, Lithuania has dealt with very high inflation, peaking at 22.5% in September 2022, which is more than double the peak seen in the euro area as a whole. And this high inflation episode has led to a pronounced monetary policy cycle, with the ECB raising rates by 450 basis points, holding them steady for 9 months, and then cutting back by 100 basis points since last June, as we entered what we called the dialing back phase. So hiking, holding, dialing back. So what I would like to do today is explain what motivated this change and what it implies for the future. In a nutshell, we have seen the environment change in 3 important ways that increase our confidence that inflation is indeed returning to our target. These changes concern the path of inflation, the shocks driving inflation, and the risks to inflation. So path, shocks, risks. I'll deal with the path first. In the earlier part of our monetary policy cycle, the path of inflation was characterized by high uncertainty, and we consistently saw the return of inflation to target in our projections being pushed back. At the same time, the incoming inflation data were surprising on the upside, casting further doubt on the accuracy of those projections. ECB staff models using machine learning indicates that in 2022 and 2023, uncertainty around inflation forecast was around 4 to 5 times higher than in the long-term average. And this uncertainty about the inflation path had implications for the policy horizon. And that is the period within which we want to see inflation converging to target, the horizon. Normally, what we call the medium-term policy horizon is flexible and can be extended depending on the nature, the size, and the persistence of the shocks. But if there is a risk of inflation expectations being de-anchored, the horizon must be shortened. Shortened to the nearest possible date that monetary policy can take effect to prevent that risk from materializing, which, given normal transmission lag, is around 2 years' time. With inflation rising and its return to target continually being pushed back, at a certain point, we did consider that the risk of de-anchoring had become too high. So, in September 2022, we introduced the notion that the return of inflation to our target had to be timely. Timely was the key word. Now, our aim was to fix the policy horizon and thereby build confidence among the public that there would be no more delays. We had to be timely. Now, after a lengthy period of restrictive policy, our confidence that we are seeing a timely return to target has definitely increased. Since September last year, we have had 6 consecutive forecast rounds showing inflation returning to target in the course of 2025. And this arrival date has stayed constant even as we have drawn closer to it. The uncertainty around these projections has decreased significantly. Again, our machine learning models now put the uncertainty bands, remember it was 4 to 5 times higher, we are now close to pre-pandemic levels. The incoming data have over time validated the path laid out by our forecast. Since early 2023, the accuracy of staff projections has returned to the level of the pre-COVID times, especially for headline inflation. While errors for core inflation have taken longer to materialize and to normalize, this year we have also seen a return to historical standards. And this confidence is confirmed in inflation expectations. Remember, that's what triggered this timely. Among households, median expectations for inflation 3 years ahead are close to 2%. And market-based indicators of longer-term inflation expectations have also fallen in recent months. So that's for the path. Let's look at the shocks. The major challenge facing monetary policy during this cycle is that we have faced not one shock, we have faced a sequence of large shocks, which, given staggered wave and price setting in the euro area, have transmitted through the economy in persistent and hard to forecast way. So even as our confidence in our projection increased, we had to be careful in making our policy stance less restrictive too quickly. We needed a policy framework that would allow us to better understand this complex inflation process. And that is why we built our reaction function around our well-known 3 criteria: inflation outlook, the dynamics of underlying inflation, and the strength of monetary transmission. Focusing on underlying inflation allowed us to extract more robustly the trend in inflation based on the data we could see in front of us, complementing the information provided by our forecast. And for a given inflation path, assessing the strength of monetary transmission allowed us to judge whether our tightening impulse was being passed on through the transmission chain and thus was effective in steering inflation back to 2%. This forward-looking framework has provided a way of broadening our information set to capture the pace at which a very large past shock, don't forget, here 22.5% at peak, in the whole of Europe, 10.6% at peak as well, was running its course, and how our monetary policy stance was transmitting through the economy and affecting medium-term inflation. For some time, the signals from underlying inflation were still flagging the risk that inflation might not decline as quickly as indicated in our forecasts. But recently, that risk has declined, and there is now greater alignment between our forecast and underlying inflation. The width of the range of measures of underlying inflation that we monitor has narrowed towards its historical average. Most indicators are now hovering between 2 and 2.8%. And then we take that as indicator of receding uncertainty on future inflation dynamics. The PCCI, the persistent and common component of inflation, which has the best predictive power for future inflation, has remained at around 2% since the end of last year. Is it all perfect? No, there is still one measure that is clearly above range, and that is domestic inflation, which captures items with a low import content. But this year, year-on-year measures that is made of 97% of services item, it is still registering repricing events that took place earlier this year. We tend to call them the late comers. And that is still keeping inflation at around 4%. Not all inflation, service inflation. Huh? But if we look at PCCI for services, which strips out base effects, the measure currently stands at 2.5%. We also look at the momentum, and inflation momentum for services has also dropped steeply recently. These data suggest that there is scope for a downward adjustment in services inflation and thereby domestic inflation in the coming months. Confirming this picture, wage growth, which is the main cost factor driving services, is on a downward trajectory and continues to be buffered by negative growth in unit profits, buffering the pass-through of rising wages to prices. We need to be very attentive to that set of indicators. But the ECB's wage tracker, which captures wage agreements in 7 euro area countries, representing around 85% of total wages in the euro area, sees wage growth slowing from 4.8% currently in 2024 to around 3% in 2025, which is a level that is generally considered to be consistent with our target of 2%. So we've discussed the path, we've discussed the shocks and how we address them, and we now need to look at the risks to inflation. And that is the third change that we are witnessing. The fact that past shocks were expected to travel slowly through the pricing chain meant that in recent years, the risks to inflation were mostly to the upside. And despite the progress we have seen in underlying inflation, these risks have not entirely disappeared. The composition of inflation remains unbalanced, with the recent slowdown being driven mostly by industrial goods, but even more importantly, by energy inflation, which is particularly volatile. The adjustment process for slower moving services inflation is still unfinished. So we will have to remain watchful until the downward adjustment in services inflation that we expect is actually confirmed by data. However, as past shocks fade, the risks to the inflation outlook have changed. And crucially, these risks are now more related to potential future shocks than the transmission of past ones. The main downside risks relate to the weaker than expected growth outlook and the increased uncertainty surrounding growth triggered by geopolitical developments. For some time now, we have been seeing small sequential downward revisions to the growth outlook, which have accumulated over the course of time. And if we look back at our June 23 projections, it has accumulated significantly from 1.8% expected growth in 24 back in June 23. Now we expect 0.7% in 24. And one driver of this delayed recovery has been sluggish export growth, driven by the competitive challenges facing euro area companies. But the most important driver of our growth forecast misses has been the domestic economy. In fact, around 1/2 of the misses since end 21 relate to investment and 1/4 to consumption. The behavior of investment can be attributed to a stronger than expected impact of higher interest rate and certainly higher energy prices, together with the structural challenges facing some industries. The inertia in consumption has been striking given that the conditions for a recovery are in place. Employment is historically high and real income are rising. But yet, households continue to save an unusually high share of their income and take a very cautious approach to spending. Why is that? Well, one reason for this caution is that many households have a perception of their real income growth that is well below measured data. Only 37% of households in our consumer survey believe that their real income has risen or stayed the same, even though 50% of households have experienced actual increases. And these households have significantly lower consumption growth than those with the correct perception. So there is a dichotomy there. The pessimism about real income is largely driven by past inflation. And so in principle, it should dissipate as the high inflation episode moves further into the rear mirror. We are out of the water. Well, geopolitical uncertainty could create new dents in household sentiment. Let's hope that is not the case. Which are those risks? Well, if the United States, for instance, takes a protectionist turn, growth in the euro area is likely to take a hit as the United States is our largest export market. Our exporters also specialize in capital goods that other countries use for export production, which makes them particularly sensitive to shifts in confidence about the world trade. The main upside risk we see in the future also relate to external shocks. A rise in geopolitical tensions could push energy prices and freight costs higher in the near term, while extreme weather events could drive up food prices. The trade fragmentation and the tariff net effect on inflation remains uncertain, especially as estimating the effect of protectionism involves an assumption that are impossible to anticipate with real precision. These include potential retaliatory actions, exchange rate, and commodity price movements. So, what does this changing environment, which I have just gone through, paths, shocks, and risks, what does it mean for monetary policy? There are three main implications. The first implication concerns our current policy stance and its future orientation. The current policy stance is restrictive. But if the incoming data continue to confirm our baseline, the direction of travel is clear, and we expect to lower interest rate further. The direction of travel is clear, and we expect to lower interest rates further. In terms of the future orientation, we previously said that we will keep policy sufficiently restrictive for as long as necessary. That bias was necessary in an environment of high realized inflation and high uncertainty about the future of inflation. But it no longer reflects the evolving macroeconomic landscape, our outlook for inflation, or the balance of risk around it. With the disinflation process well on track and downside risks to growth, this bias in our communication is no longer warranted. These considerations are reflected in the monetary policy statement adopted by the Governing Council last week. I know some of you follow it carefully, not all. We no longer aim for, and I quote, sufficiently restrictive, that was the coded language, but rather we intend to deliver an appropriate policy stance. Big difference. The second implication for monetary policy concerns our reaction function. The high inflation period has proven the value of the three criteria we have been using to take decisions, which is why the Governing Council confirmed our policy framework at our meeting last week. And these criteria will be invaluable in the period ahead, even as the risk to inflation move from past shocks to future shocks. In an uncertain environment, we will need to continue complementing our baseline outlook with a rich distribution of possible risks derived from current data. But our framework that I have just described with the three criteria, that framework is flexible in the sense that we can change the weight that we put on different legs of our reaction function depending on the nature of the shocks we are facing. For example, if we face large geopolitical shocks that significantly increase uncertainty about the inflation projections, we will need to draw on other sources of data to make the risk assessment surrounding our baseline outlook more robust. At the same time, the purpose of monitoring underlying inflation is to help us differentiate noise in the inflation data from underlying trends. So if underlying trends are not affected, it will help increase confidence in our baseline projection. And assessing monetary transmission will continue to be important, as geopolitical uncertainty may affect monetary transmission by altering the risk appetite of investors, borrowers, and financial intermediaries. The third and final implication concerns the policy horizon. Even though we are not there yet, we are close. We are close to achieving our target. So we are no longer in a situation where we need to fix the policy horizon at the shortest possible transmission lag. We can return to a situation where the policy horizon can adjust depending on the nature, size, and persistence of the shock as needed. This change explains why we have removed the notion of, I quote, timeliness from our monetary policy statement, focusing instead on achieving sustainable inflation convergence. And it puts us in the best position to react to future shocks. So I hope the picture is a little clearer for those who were wondering what this change of language meant last week and what we are looking for in the near future. By way of conclusion, I would like to refer to a Lithuanian poem, Metai, The Seasons, written by Kristijonas Donelaitis, who charts the cyclical nature of the rural life of Lithuanians. The ECB is also moving through its monetary policy cycle, and we are now at the stage where the darkest days of winter, never mind the winter today, or lack of it, but the darkest days of winter look to be behind us, and we can start to look forward instead. We certainly hope that days ahead will be better, but winds are blowing in different directions, and there is still much uncertainty before us. So the European central banks stand ready, and our monetary policy will be prepared for all seasons and all scenarios to come. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour le discours très profond, mais aussi très éducatif, et pour le message très optimiste à la fin. But now I'd like to turn to the English language, and I'd like to invite you to the first high-level session, which is called Europe's Economic and Political Resilience. That's amid global geopolitical shifts. Today, Europe and European Union is facing a very pivotal moment, a changing geopolitical landscape, and a lot of challenges, as Madam President already defined them. It's geopolitical fragmentation, it's technological transformation, it's economical volatility, and these pressures challenge not our productivity and competitiveness, but also the very foundations of Europe, the unity and stability. And in this session, we have several leading voices in Europe to discuss these risks and challenges and to come up with the solutions, how to navigate through these challenges, how to bolster Europeans' resilience, how to sustain its growth, and how to safeguard its unity and welfare in the very uncertain times that we are facing. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to invite to the stage the moderator of the session, Mr. Stefan Ingves, who is a former president of the Central Bank of Sweden and is currently heading the Toronto Center. And I would like also to introduce the panel. You already met Madam Christine Lagarde, who is president of European Central Bank, but she was the first woman to serve as a Minister of Finance of France and was also the managing director of International Monetary Fund. Madam Christine Lagarde, please, welcome to the stage. You can use that way as well. Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, Commissioner for Economy and Productivity, Implementation and Simplification. I think that this is one of the most experienced members of the Commission, who is serving already 4th term in the Commission and started his job 3rd in 2014. So I exaggerated a bit too much optimism. And last but not least, I welcome to the stage newly appointed Minister of Finance, Mr. Rimantas Šadžius, who also served as a Minister of Finance when Lithuania was accepted to Eurozone. So I give the floor to the moderator now.
Ready?
Do you have a microphone? Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I do think we are ready to go. Well, first of all, on my side, governors and other participants here, it's an honor for me to moderate this panel, and also given that I was part of the process when it came to actually introducing the euro in this country and what happened before that, I really think you should treasure this day of celebration because it's a huge success, and that's worthwhile being mindful of. Now, there are, of course, many things that one could talk about today when we're talking about economic and political resilience in a difficult environment when there's a lot of geopolitical shifts close to us and also in other parts of the world. And we have the Letta report. We'll hear more about that later. We have the Draghi report. We have the Niinistö report. We have many more and other reports, commissions, and initiatives. We have arguments about completing or not completing the banking union, the capital markets union, and preparing for this panel, I read the political guidelines for the next European Commission. And the way these documents go, it's a 30-page wish list. And the hard part is, of course, to get these things done. There's also another interesting report, which was a topic which was briefly touched on by the President earlier, and that is called Sailing on the High Seas, Reforming and Enlarging the EU for the 21st Century. And that's also truly an issue that matters and will matter a lot going forward. So basically, in this panel, we can't discuss all these things, but a few of them. And in terms of introducing the panel, I was sort of thinking about how to do that without actually listing all the things that the very well-known individuals on the panels have done. So let me summarize it in the following way. In front of you, you have individuals who have between 75 to 100 years of policy experience, if you add things up. In many different positions. I'm not talking about age, I'm talking about you have done, which is completely different. And of course, with all that experience in the room, there's plenty of opportunity to raise the issues that are most important as of today. And to do so, we have about 40-45 minutes, and then we'll take some questions from the audience as well. And I'll turn to the President of the ECB first and ask you, where would you like to start when you have a choice here between many issues to talk about? What is it that matters? And I take it that we have listened to your views and the ECB views on monetary policy, so it's not really focused on monetary policy. That would be repeating what we just heard.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Stephen. It's great being monitored by you, for whom I have huge respect. Actually, I would say something that Gediminas said earlier today in a short press conference as a prelude to what I want to say. He said, when asked, that the best thing we can do as central bank is to procure price stability. And once that is done, then it's obviously for economic actors to make up their mind as to whether they want to invest, they want to consume, they want to create jobs. But our own job is price stability, and that's the mandate we have. And we do the best we can to procure that. You asked me where I would like to start. I would like to start in Lithuania. Now, why do I say that? Because I think that in many respects, Lithuania is at the forefront of the euro area in what we should do going forward. And I would associate with Lithuania being at the forefront. And nobody else should take offense of that, because I'm sure there are other countries, including in the Baltic area, that are doing something similar. But I would associate the Lithuania path with the concept of focus. So, as you rightly said, Stephen, we have wonderful, valuable and rich reports. One of the authors is with us in the room, and we will hear from him, Enrico Letta. Another report was the one by Mario Draghi, another one was Christian Noyer when it comes to capital market union, for instance. But what is remarkable with what Lithuania has done is the focus it has applied to where are its assets, where are its benefits, where can it draw where others cannot. And if you look at the growth of the ITC sector, for instance, if you look at the number of startups, if you look at how financing has been channeled to those startup companies and how this sector has grown relative to the average growth of the rest of the euro area, it is just remarkable. And I'm not flattering here, although it's tempting, but it's a fact that Lithuania has moved forward. I mean, the charts that Gediminas has showed earlier on are mind-boggling. But I think it's caused by the focus that the authorities in successive political various coalitions or composition have actually applied to developing the economy and to focusing on the assets. Now, I don't know enough about the Lithuanian economy to understand whether the barriers, the deterrents to creating value, to setting up business, to financing business, have been removed far and further enough. But the results are quite staggering. And I think that that focus, we should apply it to the euro area developments, to Europe more broadly, to make sure that we focus on the most feasible targets that deliver the biggest bang for the buck. Those who know me appreciate that I focus actively on capital market union, because I believe that money has to flow far more quickly and efficiently within the European Union. Sweden has been a case in point where money is actually entering, prospering and exiting the economy. We have to do a better job at that. There are fortresses, barriers, obstacles along the way, but we have to just understand that time is of the essence, and if we don't take the medicine ourselves, there will be no external doctor to fix it.
So thank you for that. No external doctor to fix it. Let me move on to Commissioner Dombrovskis with that as a starting point. What are your views when it comes to what has happened in this part of the world, and from your perspective, the benefits? And it's not over yet, so who's next when it comes to, let's say, the euro or maybe joining the EU?
Well, thank you for those questions, Honorable Mr. Governor, Madam President, Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to celebrate 10 years of Euro in Lithuania. I remember I was here in January 2014 when Lithuania was actually celebrating Euro accession, and now looking back on those 10 years, indeed, one can see that Lithuania has thrived with euro. If you look at all key economic parameters, the development has been very successful in terms of economic convergence, GDP per capita reaching 86% of EU average, in terms of increase of export as a share of the economy, in terms of increase of FDI as a share of economy, savings, interest rate savings, and it's also resulting also on substantial popular support for euro. So congratulations on a very successful first 10 years and all the success in a next decade and beyond. So turning to the question, maybe who is next for euro area. Well, as things stand now, the country which is seriously preparing for euro area accession is Bulgaria. Chances are that within next few months it will be actually meeting all the Maastricht criteria which can set this process in motion, and we are in a very intensive engagement with Bulgarian authorities in this regard. So that's why I'd say something which is now emerging most concretely on a next potential member. Well, for the next members of the EU, that's obviously more difficult to say, but what one can say is that the enlargement is seriously back on the EU agenda. Maybe it was not the case some 5 years ago. Somehow this process was lingering, but not really moving forward. Now, with geopolitical shifts we are facing, that has changed. So I would expect some of the Western Balkan countries, which had been negotiating their accession already for more than a decade, maybe the first ones, but we have also launched accession negotiations with Ukraine, Moldova. So it's clear that EU is going to enlarge, and correspondingly we will also need to think what reforms it requires within the EU, whether it requires treaty change, whether we can adjust how we operate across different policy areas. Some of the topics which come in mind, for example, is a principle of unanimity in areas like budget or foreign affairs, which already now with 27 members is very difficult, and if EU would be 30 plus members, it probably would be even more difficult. So while it's clear that EU should be open to the enlargement and welcoming new members, we also need to look on the functioning and organization of the EU, how to actually successfully function as a larger organization. Thank you.
And then over to Minister Sadzius, and my apologies for my pronunciation. You have only had a few days actually to get used to your new position, but on the other hand, it's not completely new to you because you have been a minister before and have had struggled with various things in the past as well. From your perspective then, what is highest on your agenda in this context, except that enjoying today and celebrating 10 years of the euro?
Well, Stefan, I really enjoy today this celebration, this anniversary, because this is my third term as a Minister of Finance. The first came after our unsuccessful application to the Eurozone. So I had to learn the lessons there. The second already was a success. Joining the Eurozone, I'm really very happy that, Stefan, you are one of the most talented central bankers I've ever met in the world. But you belong to the Corona zone. And I'm very happy that in this Euro celebration we have you moderating this discussion. There were several people as well who contributed a lot to the Euro accession, and I would name one then Prime Minister Butkevičius. Another is sitting, Vitas Vasiliauskas, who now works for the IMF. You exchanged with Christine your jobs of a kind, who not only guided this process, but also had personal costs. It was 1st of January 2015 that we were standing at the cash machine here at the center of Vilnius, and we got the first 10 euros banknotes from that machine from our own personal accounts. And I thought, okay, I will give this as a souvenir to my children, but it never was. It was taken immediately to the museum of the Lithuania, the central bank. This is the happy part. There are other things, the lessons that we really learned. And one of the questions I was putting to myself was always why in Lithuania in 2014 and starting with 2015 the support for euro was so high. It was an exceptional voting, for example, for the euro adoption law in the Lithuanian parliament. It was 100 something in favor and I think 1 abstention only. And I think one of the background ideas at that time, and especially now, was security. Not purely economic interests, but security. You can imagine, now Lithuania is in the fortress, made of 3 walls, very important walls. One is NATO, another is European Union, single market, and the third is Eurozone. And I think we have to use these walls properly. Now coming to the nitty-gritty of the Euro project. Integration of the single market that Prime Minister Letta is writing about very in detail, but also Mario Draghi mentioned, and CMU project that Christine Lagarde mentioned. These are projects that are not very fast in the European Union. Let's be frank, they are not so successful. Single market is still fragmented, and Prime Minister Letta noted that in financial area, in energy, in IT, in information area, there are still barriers. There are barriers, not only legal barriers, but also psychological barriers. We somehow should try to remove them. Now, what is the method? The method that we were proposing when I was working for the European Court of Auditors in our famous report on the Capital Markets Union project that was not very happily met at the Commission at the time. I'm very sorry about this, but it was really a controversy. One of the ideas was, I will put it in a simple way, in simple analogy. A big house, big strong house, should be built from small bricks. And here, small bricks, they are important small bricks. I recall 2007, when there was a discussion about joining Malta and Cyprus joining the European Union. I witnessed the question from journalists to the commissioner at that time, a very respectable, very good person that I honor still today. Do you see some risks? Oh no, he said. These are 2 small islands. It didn't take very long for one of the islands to become one of the biggest problems for the European Union. So islands, not only islands, small bricks are very important. So they should be considered clearly, very carefully. Now, building from the small bricks. This is, by the way, what Lithuania is doing now. We're building capital markets, united capital market with Baltic states. In a very difficult parallel legislation of, say, securitization laws. It is difficult, but we started from this step, from building some small element that could be then integrated into the European Union capital market. And this capital market still is very diverse. So it is quite shallow here, very deep in Sweden or in the Netherlands. So we should somehow work. So recommendation, I still stick to that recommendation of the Court of Auditors, was to start from small regions and build further. Probably I will stop here. I will wait for reactions.
Let's continue discussing the Capital Markets Union, and a reflection of mine before we move on is that I have touched on the issue of the Capital Markets Union in many informal and formal meetings in Europe over the years, and it was very hard to sell the concept, and you could see people's eyes glaze over thinking about coffee when you start talking about the Capital Markets Union. How do we change that? And what is it that we need to do to get it higher on the agenda and actually deliver something? not just talk about it in very general terms. So that's one set of issues. Another set of issues is what to focus on, because you can't do everything and things take time. At one end of the spectrum, we have risk capital, we have the equity market. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have the difficult issue of, at the global level, the need for a European risk-free asset. And then we have everything in between. Now, Christine, in your view, what to do?
It's tentative, and it's one of the many proposals, but we try to be as concrete as possible. One is, if we move ahead, it will be difficult. So why bother? We just stay as we are, with over 200 trading venues, with over 20 CSDs. Let's keep it that way. Everybody's comfortable at home. The only problem, though, is that we need to mobilize more than 800 billion euros per year if we want to be realistic and if we want to deliver on our commitment under the Paris Agreement, if we want to protect ourselves from a security point of view, and if we want to move to the digital age. So if we don't want to do that, if we don't want to be mindful of our environment and fight climate change, if we don't want to look after ourselves from a security point of view, and if we don't want to move consistently together in the digital age, let's sit back and do nothing. It's okay, less trouble. But if we are serious about this massive investment, then we need to follow the money. And what do I mean by that? We must be able to offer those who save today, and we have a massive savings in Europe in particular, not only in Europe, but massive in Europe. 15.7% of households' income is actually saved. But where is it saved? It's saved in cash. It is saved in bank deposit. That's probably not the most efficient way to put your money to work. So I would start with that. If you follow the money and if you know that you need to invest, start with an instrument in which Europeans are reasonably comfortable investing in. Take some risk, yes, and that might require a little bit of a DNA change because we tend to be probably more risk averse than other advanced economies, households and investors. But make sure that this is a European instrument that is solid and that will help mobilize money to where it should be invested. I would start with that. The second direction I would take is make sure that money can move around, and that goes straight into the direction of the Letta report. Remove the barriers. We have so much of it. In goods, if I believe the IMF report that was beautifully prepared recently, the equivalent in goods of internal barriers is 45% tariff. Okay, that's bad. In services, it's 110% tariff. That's even worse. So, in order to expand geographically where this money can be invested, we have to look at those barriers and those hurdles that we have inflicted upon ourselves. And the third direction that I would take as well is make sure that that money that is invested in this European instrument that can move around is actually heading in the right direction. And in that respect, you know, I'm not enough of an expert in venture capital and the venture capitalist approach to risks, but that's where the money has to flow, among other things. So you're right, it's good to have a European risk-free asset, fine, but we need to take risk. We don't have the luxury of time.
Thank you. Valdis.
Oh, sorry, I want to add one thing. I also think, I'm fascinated by the Baltic experience, so whatever you learn from that sort of combined trading venues in the whole of the Baltic countries, I think will be a rich experiment going forward. I believe that there has to be unity of supervision. Whatever you call it, wherever this instance is located, however you structure it with the national implementation, but we need to have a single supervision when it comes to markets.
Well, this is on your to-do list. So now let's hear what you are up to and what you will be up to make this happen, what we just heard about.
Yeah, well, if we discuss capital markets union, well, first of all, I would say it is actually high on the political agenda of the EU. It's discussed extensively among finance ministers, for example. Several times it was discussed also at leaders level. So I would say the political momentum and political willingness to move forward is there. There are also quite a few things which have been done already. We had 2 capital markets union action plans which are by and large implemented. So lots of kind of legislative basis is already there. However, it's not really so far transforming in what we want to see in terms of output, like a larger share of capital markets in financing European economy. So many things are not done yet, but we are somehow still not at this critical mass which will make this major shift. So we need to keep pressing ahead and obviously looking beyond the scope of capital markets or financial markets itself, looking also at some adjunct areas like insolvency frameworks, like certain taxation frameworks, and we know that so far it has proven that that's where things tend to get difficult. But as Rimantas Saģis was mentioning, this experience of creating the pan-Baltic capital market, which is a good initiative, which also European Commission is supporting quite a lot. It also requires some legislative alignment across member states, and it's not trivial even among 3 small and very like-minded countries like the 3 Baltic states. Imagine doing it at EU 27 level, it becomes much more complicated, but if we want to make those next steps, we'll have to look at all of those issues. And on Stefan's question, how to make this conversation more interesting, also for conversations over coffee. I think some of the answers were already given, and right now we are talking also more of savings and investment union, kind of describing better the essence of what we are trying to achieve, that Europeans are great savers and there are large amounts of savings, but they are idling on bank accounts or at the best in government bonds, and we need to put those savings to investments to finance European economy, to finance European companies, to facilitate our economic growth. And what we see in other advanced economies over the long term, the tendency is very clear that in terms of returns of investment, capital markets are actually outperforming the bank deposits or government bonds. Of course, there are risks, there are up and downs, and all kind of things are happening. So it requires also certain financial literacy and certain safeguards, say for unsophisticated retail investors. But over the long term, there is also lots to gain, both for the economy and for the savers. Thank you.
Rimantas, in the next upcoming ministerial meeting then, when it comes to discussing these things, what agenda will you push when it comes to the Capital Markets Union?
It's difficult, Stefan. When it comes to the meetings of ministers of finance, you immediately understand that yes, our house is made of bricks, but some bricks are very small and some others, well, are very, very big, and it's very difficult to move them. And this is one of the problems. This is one of the problems, that sometimes 1 or 2 big countries simply block the further discussion, I think deposit insurance scheme, European deposit insurance scheme, is a very good example, where this blockage already continues for many years. During Lithuanian presidency in 2013, we managed to build the second pillar. The first was done by Irish presidency. The pillar of the banking union was done in 2013. And no move, so more than 10 years already, because of inability of people to somehow to understand that even if you are very big, your domestic concerns probably should be somehow adapted to the interest of the union as a whole. This is one of the problems. Now, I would also mention another big obstacle, to say concretely in this case for the capital markets or saving and investments union. And this is something that could not be overcome by discussions of the ministers of finance. It is psychology. It is, it is a real fact that attitude of people to savings and investing these savings somewhere differs very much between the Eastern Europe and Western Europe. This can be illustrated by very hot political discussions around the second pillar of the pension reform, of the pensions. Here in Lithuania, it was one of the hot topics on the election campaign. And probably the discussion, if somebody from the Netherlands could read it, translate it into Dutch, would never understand. So, but we somehow should overcome these barriers, and this is a cultural problem. And this communication between different countries, an exchange of experience would be, I think, should be one of big parts of this financial education of people, raising their financial literacy, about which we are talking so much. So these are two issues that I think we should keep in mind. I don't have a silver bullet.
It strikes me. Yeah, sure.
Do you mind if I?
Sure.
Because I want to bounce back from your comment. First of all, I think that for the house to be solid, there are no small and large bricks. All bricks matter. Number one. Number two, it could well be that what you call small bricks are the ones that are a larger obstacle than what you call large bricks. So that's why I think the work that you're doing in the Baltics, and I wouldn't call the Baltics small bricks by any stretch of the imagination, because if you are going to move in that direction, and if you can show the way, then it means that it can be done, because you also have obstacles to overcome. You also have prerogatives and local authorities and people who are going to sit on their rights and privileges. If you manage that, you're setting the tone, and you'll be able to convince. So I will be following that super carefully. But no small or large bricks. And small bricks can be much bigger obstacle than large bricks.
Well, so much about the bricks, and a kind of a reflection on this is that small or large doesn't really matter, but when those who are against eventually move, you should never say, "I told you so." You should only say, "Oh, what a bright idea. I will support you." Yes. That takes care of part of the psychology in terms of how you actually run these things. But we do have some challenges here when it comes to this. And then back to you, Valdis. You mentioned a few things, but if I'm pushing a little bit on this, over the next couple of years, then could you mention one or two things that you really want to get done when it comes to the Capital Markets Union?
On Capital Markets Union, maybe to mention some concrete things and initiatives. Well, it has been discussed among finance ministers. I think it's certain directions of travel are clear. So first one I would mention is securitization, to give so to say, another attempt on this. Securitization was part of our first Capital Markets Union action plan, but what come out of legislative process did not really land us where we ought to be for securitization to really pick up, and that's important element of Capital Markets Union from the aspects that it allows to develop capital market instruments through those securities, but on the other hand, it also helps to free bank balance sheets to continue lending to the real economy. So there is double benefit from this. So certainly we can do better in Europe in terms of securitization. Then I certainly will mention larger retail capital markets participation. It's something which we really need and which requires both the right legislative framework, but also financial literacy and, in a sense, promotion, because while in US it's natural to invest in capital markets, also for retail investors, in EU it's not an obvious thing to do. So it also requires certain promotion, information, and it requires some patience, because as we discussed, it also has some risks involved. But then as I was saying before, we need to move this conversation beyond, strictly speaking, just financial markets, also to some other areas like insolvencies and taxation, because there are also obstacles, including debt equity bias, for example, in taxation, and inconsistencies in different frameworks, which are hindering emergence of truly European capital markets and even truly European banking system and cross-border provision of financial services. So if we want a capital markets union and even fully functioning banking union, we also need to address these, and those are also on our agenda.
Let me continue with you, Valdis, and then the other ones can also jump in and comment, and changing the subject a bit. In this region, we have various both political and economic challenges when it comes to what is going on in Ukraine, and we also will hear more about that in the next session. Our dear friends from Ukraine are present. But on that side, it will require quite an effort on the side of Europe as a whole for probably a number of years. And it's not just Europe as such, we also have the G7 and others who are involved in this. What do you see happening on that side?
Well, on financing side, I would say things are broadly on track. So from the European Union. So first we have our Ukraine facility, which is 50 billion euros for the years 2024 to 2027. And we are on track with implementation of Ukraine facility. By the end of the year, we intend to disburse another 4.1 billion euros to Ukraine, bringing the total disbursements this year to 16.1 billion euros. On top of this, we now have the G7 $50 billion loan program, so extraordinary revenue acceleration loans, where I would say the new feature of this program is that it's financed from the revenue streams coming from immobilized Russian assets, so making Russia to directly pay for damage it is creating in Ukraine. So EU is participating in this program by 18.1 billion euros macro-financial assistance program, and all the decisions are already taken. And it was important to take those decisions this year because we have empowerment which expires at the end of this year, which allows us to do it now. And US have also done their side. They have their contribution is $20 billion, and bulk of this money is already transferred or being transferred now to the World Bank, where it then can be used further for Ukraine support. And all this, I would say, goes a long way towards covering Ukraine financing needs for at least next year, but also beyond this, because those are medium-term instruments. So on this financial support, I would say things are broadly on track. Where we need to step up the support, and which is critical right now, is military support, military equipment, ammunition, because that is what is lacking right now, and which is very much needed now, because the war is in very intensive phase. Russia is pushing, and that's where we need to step up as a EU and as a collective democratic world. Thank you.
Limantas, any comments
I
on
would
this?
add another aspect of this well, sad circumstance that we live aside the war. There is not only need to finance Ukraine, but there is a huge load of financing needs in different member states. And here what I can see, it is very asymmetrical. There are borderline member states, Baltic states, other states, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, where this load probably is bigger. Just if you wish to liberate, in the theoretical case of assault, if you wish to liberate in a sufficiently short time the territory of Lithuania after the assault, theoretically you need means, money, resources that are absolutely disproportionate considering the Lithuania's economy size. And now I come again to this analogy with a house. In this house we should have a very strong door, and the strong door is should be used by all the inhabitants of the house, and everybody should care about that. One of the examples when we were assaulted by a virus was RRF, Recovery Resilience Facility, financed by the loans taken by the European Commission as a sovereign distributor of the bonds. So this model, it is not yet finished. The success, I hope it will be successful, but still quite a lot of work to do. I strongly believe that there are big European resources also needed for the defense financing defense of all the member states, which means that frontline states probably they will have to get quite a lot. This a perfect analogy with the external border of the European Union, which is financed by the European budget. But of course it doesn't require such big forces. There is an agency, Frontex, which is taking care, financed by the European budget as well. Resources are incomparable, of course, defense and just supervising the border. But for defense, this is a real problem, which otherwise started destroying the public finances of these small member states. So this is another idea that I think, of course, the leaders should first decide on, like it was with the RRF fund. But Lithuania is pushing now for that idea. I don't know how Christine sees this idea.
Christine, you deal with the money, but money is fungible, so you can buy all sorts of things for money. But do you have any quick comments on this? Certainly is an issue which will be with us for many years to come. And
given that our friend has mentioned the RRF, I would just simply make 2 points in relation to fiscal. One is this RRF, which, highly praised, decided laboriously, but eventually fast-tracked after that. It needs to be delivered, and it needs to be completed. And there are countries which are facing difficulty in actually absorbing this funding and making sure that it's put to the right use. So, number one. Number two, there is now a fiscal governance framework that is in place and that also needs to be respected and to inspire the confidence that is needed for investors to locate their investments in this part of the world. And it's a fiscal governance framework that has been specially designed to accommodate for, number one, healthy public finances, as well as investing in growth-enhancing projects and potential growth-enhancing projects. And I think that, yes, of course, we need to move forward. We need to reform, very much needed. But I think we also have frameworks and principles in place that we need to abide by.
So now I think we need to move on, and we'll take some questions from the audience. Please state who you are. There's got to be microphones around here, and to whom you want to pose your question. So, who would like to start?
I'm tempted to give you the answer that is, of course, practical and yet extremely difficult, which is now being discussed seriously, which is the 28th member state, which is to consider for either, currently the discussion is active on this 28th member state, and Enrico Letta has awakened it in many ways, but it's out there, and some people see it for SMEs, other people see it for large corporates that could opt in, but I think the idea is to have a jurisdiction that is fictional in many ways, of which the legal regime, the tax regime, the solvency regime, in its basic components is not fictional, and that could be where those interested in having, this at least embryonic capital market union framework can opt for. But you're right, the negotiations will be complicated internally. They will be complicated with partners as well. But we should really find the practical solutions that can move the needle. Once we start moving the needle, I think that there will be a momentum.
Well, I would add from my side this question of development of regional capital markets, or we're discussing this Baltic capital market, but in a sense, if we are scaling up capital markets at least at the regional level, we are creating, coming to this topic, to building bricks, we are creating a larger building bricks and fewer of them. And this will also simplify then the next step, so moving indeed to truly pan-European capital markets, so also development of those regional initiatives is a step towards this European capital markets.
I agree with Valdis and Christine in this case.
Okay, good. Now let's see.
No, I think this idea of the 28th member state, it was born just for insolvency regime at first, and for bank insolvency it is already there, I think, almost there, likewise. But this could be an option. And by the way, new Lithuanian government has in its program a review of the corporate law in Lithuania. And I think during that review we will try also to get things done and adapting to whatever regime. I would like, of course, the regime proposed by the Commission for the 28th regime. Probably we would be the first or second or third to join it.
I mean, it's my job to moderate, but I just can't hold back when it comes to commenting a bit.
As you should.
A lot of this is about plumbing. And that means that you have to have large numbers of plumbers in the same room. But national plumbers are not trained to agree with other plumbers. So they need political guidance, where the political system has to tell them that you are not allowed to leave this room or these tables until you have an agreement on the table. Then things will happen. And then the technical stuff will sort of follow after that. Now let's see, more questions.
Can I
Yeah, sure.
violently agree with you? Because I was finance minister for 4 years in my country, and you are totally right. Finance ministers are not necessarily plumbers, but they are advised by plumbers. So if the determination comes from the top, at the leaders level, then the plumbers should all be locked in a room, and the key should be taken away until they come out.
No, that's how it works, because when you are a plumber, you are paid to make sure that nothing happens if you are against. And then somebody else has to order you to agree to something that you probably yourself find deeply illogical and do not like, because all of us carry a backpack with our domestic stuff.
And there is a good proof, 2013 single resolution mechanism. It was just in one room, by the way, before midnight. we struck a compromise before midnight, which is completely against the European rules, but nevertheless, I'm joking.
Now let's see, I have a hard time seeing because I have the lights in my face. They're over there.
I have a question of the humble one. As we now in Lithuania celebrate 10th anniversary of Euro adoption, and that 10 years were quite good for Lithuania, very good performance. So I would ask maybe Christine Lagarde, what can European Union and Eurozone learn from Lithuania?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, because you take me back to my first response to Stefan's question. I think what all Euro area members can learn is, number one, that you have to focus. You have to be prepared to take some risks. You have to play the collective game. And I think that's very much what you have demonstrated in the course of those 10 years. I'm tempted to add one point, which is that you've managed to keep your public finance in order, generally. I mean, apart from the 2007-2008 period, which was difficult for everyone, but other than that, you had solid management of your public finance, which must have played a role. That's my suggestion.
More questions? Let's see, no. Then before it's time to move on, I have a general question to the panelists, and I don't know the answer. I hope you know the answer. And the issue is the following: how do we explain at the national level to various electorates that what is good for Europe in the world is good for you, and not only what is good for my country in Europe, which is a completely different perspective? And that is essentially what these various reports also kind of deal with and try to push.
The easiest answer, but a very difficult one to actually communicate and have a narrative around, is the counterfactuals. What if we hadn't been together? What if Lithuania had not been in the euro area, using the euro for the last 10 years? But of course, it's really hard, because counterfactuals does not convince very much. But I think if we can articulate it, it's at least one step in the direction of valuing and assessing and valuing the benefits of it all. Second, and then I'll stop, but in view of the threats that we have around us, the Europeans, wherever our sight go, we have to be strong ourselves, together. United we stand, and stronger. It's pretty obvious. I was myself utterly convinced that Europe was the destination and was the means when I was a trade minister, and when negotiating trade arrangements with the likes of the United States, China, India, as a single country, even if it's a big brick, as Remontis calls it, you don't weigh much of anything in the discussion. But if we are all together, 27 member states, or 20 in the case of the euro, then you talk.
Valdis.
Well, I think it's actually important to respond to the both questions. First, what is good for Europe? And clearly, many of our flagship projects like single market, like euro, like customs union, have helped all EU member states tremendously. And it's important for all EU member states that we do have a strong single market, that we do have strong euro, that we have a well-functioning customs union, and that helps us collectively also to withstand different global shocks and geopolitical tensions. For each country separately, it would have been much more difficult. And just to give one example from today's presentation, Governor Šimkus was showing us interest rate developments over the last 20 years or so, where we saw this huge spike in 2009. We didn't, and there were similar spikes in other countries, as the Baltic states. Latvia was cut off financial markets altogether, as we know. We didn't have anything like this now following, for example, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and part of the reasons why we didn't have it was the euro. So we were part of the larger currency, and interest rate increases in Baltic states were actually lower than in Poland and Hungary. And that's exactly because of euro, so it's to our collective benefit. But then obviously, like in every large project, you still need to be able to answer also the specific question. So what's in it for me? So what is specifically good for that project, for Lithuania, for Latvia? And I think this also has to be part of the answer.
Yep. Starting from this last idea, I think, yes, it is crucially important that the political elite, and not only government, not only members of the parliament, but political elite as a whole, learns how to speak, how to talk to the electorate, how to communicate in the society. I don't say with the society, in the society, because political elite is also part of the society. We are all people, we are all members of that society. On the other hand, Stefan, I'm not sure, it's my feeling, I don't have statistical data, but it is my feeling that quite in many cases, you don't need to explain people that what is good for Europe is good for them, because they already know that. And a good example is Euro adoption in Lithuania, as I mentioned. The feeling of better security was one of the drivers why this Euro project, absolutely coming from, I don't know, from the other countries where many people have never been in their lives, was so warmly greeted in my country.
With those words, thank you for the wisdom based on years and years of policy experience among the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingves, for perfect moderation, and thanks for a panel of wisdom. And now I'd like to have a piece of information for you. The next session will be organized in 2 languages, Lithuanian and Ukrainian. Therefore, simultaneous translation will be provided, but please stay in your places. Headsets would be brought to your place. And now it is my privilege to introduce to you the second session. which is called Resilience Through Adversity, Lessons from History and Leadership in Geopolitical Crisis. In times of a profound challenge, the resilience of nations is tested to its core. And there is no clearer example in today's world than what's happening in Ukraine today. The full-scale invasion of Russia is not only an immense human tragedy, but also delivered an unprecedented economic shock with ripple effects across the world. Despite these challenges, Ukraine's economy and institutions are standing firm. They demonstrated an unprecedented and remarkable resilience. This session will provide an opportunity for you to learn how Ukraine has managed to stabilize its macroeconomic environment and sustain critical institutions, and also laid the ground for long-term recovery. Throughout this conversation that you're going to face between Chairman of Lietuvos bankas, Gediminas Šimkus, and Governor of National Bank of Ukraine, Andriy Pyshnyy, we will recover the lessons from leadership, foresight, and innovation in crisis. How can Ukraine's extraordinary response inspire resilience in other economies? And what does this teach us about the interaction of leadership, history, and strategy during very tough geopolitical crisis? So it is my great honor to invite to the floor the Chairman of Bank of Lithuania, Gediminas Šimkus, and Governor of National Bank of Ukraine, Andriy Pyshnyy.
So, dear colleagues, dear Andriy, to start, I would like to once again to welcome you and your colleagues in Vilnius in Lithuania, and from my own experience traveling to Kyiv this summer, I know that this journey was long and not that easy. So sincerely, thanks for accepting the invitation, and I'm also very proud that not only our institution, Lietuvos bankas and Nacionalinį banką Ukrainai, but also us, personally, we built close relations. So if you don't mind, during this panel, I will call you by name. Okay. As it was mentioned, we're going to discuss some experiences in very harsh geopolitical environment of Ukrainian institution, Ukrainian central bank, and but to set the scene, I'll start with some reflections of the economic development. Very short, very brief reflection of economic developments in the world or in Europe. So I may start with 15 years ago, global financial crisis. This was called once in a century event. But even without that, over the last 5 years, we had a sequence of those tails events, such as COVID-19 pandemics, full-scale war on European soil, that is Russia's unjustified invasion into Ukraine, sharp increase in energy and raw material prices, spike of inflation. So what's next? Is there something next? And how should institutions react to this? But here I would say it shouldn't matter that much. And I would allude to what Madam President Christine Lagarde said. We need to be prepared. And here I would also cite, I want to cite what you have said in the beginning this year, Andriy, you said that in crisis, we are not rising to the level of the opportunities, but we are falling to the level of preparedness. And the preparedness have ultimately determines the ability to fulfill the mandate. And this point directly leads me to the second point. So we cannot guess what the next situation is going to be. It can evolve in a most unpredictable way, but we need to be prepared, and we need to be agile in our approaches, or to have agile approach to our toolkits. And this is what institutions quite vividly showed over the last 5 years. And third point that I would like to share is very much related with Stefan Engwas in the panel before. It's about communication, because we institutions, we are not functioning in a vacuum. We work for citizens. Therefore, clear, timely, and open communication is the essence to explain why we need to take one or another decision. But having said all this, achievements of the Central Bank of Ukraine are remarkable. And there are, I don't know if there is any, but if there is, so there are just quite a few central banks in the world, in the history, which were able to deliver price stability under conditions of a full-scale military attack. So, Andriy, if you could share the challenges your bank and you as a governor, you encounter when delivering the primary target of your, the primary goal of your, objective of your institution.
Я почну зі слів подяки, Gediminas, вам за запрошення, вашій команді за цей чудовий прийом, за можливість бути сьогодні в цій історичній залі і говорити про український досвід. Сьогодні, ви знаєте, мені дуже зрезонувала аналогія, яку я декілька разів почув на попередній панелі, про те, що Європейський Союз – це дім. Це дуже близько українцям, тому що ми захищаємо свій дім. Ми робимо усе для того, щоб цей дім був в безпеці, щоб в ньому було комфортно, настільки, наскільки це можливо, попри ризики і виклики, які несе з собою війна. Сьогодні 1027-й день війни. Банківська система України за цю війну, а у нас є декілька вимірів війни. Велика війна почалася 24 лютого 2022 року, хоча насправді війна триває починаючи з 2014 року, коли росіяни анексували Крим. І коли ми кажемо про те, що велика війна триває 1027 днів, мені приємно і дуже гордісно думати про те, що українська банківська система протягом цих 1027 днів на жодну хвилину не зупинила своє функціонування. Це, напевно, перша війна, коли можна було спокійно розраховуватися карткою, Apple Pay, Google Pay, функціонували абсолютно всі, без винятку, системи. Так, у них були особливості, і ми про них, можливо, поговоримо, тому що в момент повномасштабного вторгнення Національний банк застосував дуже масштабний антикризовий пакет. Я не вперше про це говорю, тому що зараз цей досвід багатьох цікавить, адже усвідомлення війни і ризиків, які вона з собою несе, особливо для керівників центральних банків, це нова реальність взагалі. Ми навіть відкрили окремий напрямок технічної допомоги, де намагаємося поділитися цим досвідом, який є у українців, адже він нам дається дуже дорогою ціною. Цей антикризовий пакет для того, щоб зрозуміти, що це було і наскільки значимим він є, я часто порівнюю із турнікетом. Турнікет – це засіб, який використовують в тактичній медицині в той момент, коли ваш організм зазнав критичної втрати. Він потрібен для того, щоб припинити кровотечу, для того, щоб затягнути місце рани, для того, щоб потім лікарі починали діяти і рятувати вам життя. І ось Національний банк 24.02.2022 року, коли нам небо на голову російськими ракетами впало, застосував цей турнікет. Адже втрати української економіки були катастрофічними. 20% території було окуповано. Україна за перший рік війни констатувала, що втратила 30% валового внутрішнього продукту. Внутрішня міграція, зовнішня міграція за своїми обсягами були безпрецедентні. Європа нічого і світ не знали подібного з часів Другої світової війни. Майже 17 мільйонів українців стали мігрантами. Значна частина з них виїхала з країни. Це був колапс логістичних каналів. Це була дуже, навіть важко передати, яка складна була ситуація психологічна. Через це ту фразу, яку ви згадали про те, що в кризовій ситуації ми не піднімаємося до рівня наших очікувань, а опускаємося до рівня нашої підготовки, ми прожили. Це наш досвід. Перше, насправді, цю фразу я почув у морських піхотинців Сполучених Штатів, адже саме так вони визначають для себе пріоритет своєї діяльності. Ви повинні бути готові до будь-якої ситуації. І ви повинні максимально прораховувати, брати до уваги. Так, будуть речі, які ви не зможете взяти до уваги і прорахувати. Але те, що ви вже підготувались, дає вам більше шансів на виживання. І от 24 лютого антикризовий пакет передбачав, що Україна відмовилася від усіх здобутків попередніх щонайменше 8 років. Ми до війни були в режимі гнучкого курсу. Ми змушені були зафіксувати курс. Ми були в режимі інфляційного таргетування. Ми змушені були відмовитися від режиму інфляційного таргетування. Україна змушена була застосувати безпрецедентні заходи, які обмежили рух капіталу. Були задіяні відповідні протоколи безперебійної роботи. Наклавши цей антикризовий турнікет, наступним викликом для України було те, щоб не перетримати його занадто довго, адже будь-які антикризові заходи, будь-який турнікет має обмежений термін дії. Якщо він занадто довго перекриває ваші судини, в цей момент починаються незворотні процеси. Його треба встигнути зняти. І цей момент повинні були знайти в Національному банку якнайкраще. Ще був один виклик. Економічні агенти населення після першого шоку війни почали поступово відновлювати економічну логіку ухвалення рішень. Український бізнес почав демонструвати безпрецедентну адаптивність. Урядові інститути згрупувались, і весь світ побачив стійкість і ефективність, і здатність до супротиву. І так поступово почалося відновлення, або ми це називаємо повернення до нормальності. Це дуже складний шлях, він небезпечний, він вимагає від команди Національного банку дуже глибоких і точних налаштувань і калібрування. Адже ми дотепер потерпаємо від війни. Українська економіка не відновилась. Минулий рік дав нам відновлення 5%. Цього року очікуємо 4%, але ми втратили 30%. За кордоном залишається ще 7 мільйонів українців. Ми критично залежні від фінансової допомоги наших партнерів, як фінансової, так і військової. Щоб завершити цю частину, я можу говорити про це годинами. І ви знаєте, я хочу говорити з колегами з центральних банків про це годинами. Я хочу поділитися з вами цим досвідом. Війна набагато ближче, ніж вам може здатися сьогодні. Вона на нашій території, але на ваших кордонах. Тому що ми з вами сусіди в Європейському домі. Вас захищає стіна НАТО, вас захищає стіна євро, вас захищає і спільний ринок. Ми хочемо туди. Але сьогодні війна триває на нашій території, і ви вже потерпаєте від її наслідків. Через це скористайтеся нашою пропозицією, отримайте ту інформацію і досвід, який у нас є. Наша команда відкрита для того, щоб поділитися з вами системою наших протоколів безперебійної діяльності. Лише цей тиждень, а це був монетарний тиждень для Національного банку України, коли ми ухвалювали відповідні рішення щодо ставки. Протягом монетарного тижня ми застосували двічі посилені протоколи безпеки, не зупиняючи при цьому функціонування Національного банку і процедуру розгляду відповідних рішень, обговорень, засідання монетарного комітету, правління, прес-брифінги. Але це відбувалося вже в умовах посиленого протоколу безпеки. Адже відбувались ракетні атаки, відбувались атаки бойовими дронами. Але ми свою місію повинні виконувати за будь-яких умов. І, до речі, це фактично цитата з оновленої стратегії Національного банку. Цінова фінансова стабільність як запорука економічному відновленню. Але ми дописали одну фразу, і ми її дописали в травні 23-го року, і це було усвідомлене рішення. Обидва наші ключові мандати ми реалізуємо за будь-яких умов. А це означає, що війна з її невизначеністю може перенести нові, більш складні сценарії. За період цієї війни ми декілька разів опинялись в ситуації, коли та невизначеність, зону якої ми намагаємося скоротити нашими рішеннями, навпаки розширювалась через те, що росіяни почали нищити нашу енергетику. Це принесло відповідні додаткові виклики. Через це наш досвід, він є цінним для вас. Я нещодавно був в Швеції, Ерік Тедеян, перший голова Центрального банку, який зацікавився цим питанням, і ми 2 дні дуже добре попрацювали над цим. Беріть і користуйтеся нашим досвідом. Я тут в колі не лише партнерів, але й друзів. І я це відчуваю, Gediminas, і дякую вам за це.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing. When you listen to that, it's simply surreal, it's frightening. And of course, the losses were enormous. I won't give you numbers, but I will cite well-known Ukrainian economist Yuri Gorodnichenko, who said that the shock that Ukraine experienced in 2022 was equivalent to the Great Depression happening in several months. So losses are enormous, but what is the economic situation now? I know that you've taken a monetary policy decision, so could you explain what the economic situation is now?
Я декілька разів дякую вам за це питання. Декілька разів протягом сьогоднішнього дня, коли обговорювалися під час панелі проблематика Європейського Союзу, так чи інакше чув питання, пов'язані з Україною, і звучало, що нам вдалося втримати макроекономічну ситуацію. Ви знаєте, мені приємно чути, що ми говоримо це в доконаній формі. Хоча насправді це процес і ця вправа тривають щодня. Адже кожного разу з'являються нові виклики, нові невизначеності, які так чи інакше вимагають від України відповідних рішень. Сьогодні стан української економіки, вона залишається ураженою війною, вона себе не відновила. За межами України залишаються 7 мільйонів українців. Ми відчуваємо тиск, пов'язаний з достатньо складною ситуацією на ринку праці. Відбувається мобілізація. Росіяни продовжують нищити нашу енергетику. Якщо в 22-му році вони нищили систему, яка забезпечувала передачу електроенергії, то зараз вони почали нищити, не зараз, а в березні місяці вони цілеспрямовано почали нищити виробництво електроенергії. До певної міри це визнання того, що вони зрозуміли, що захопити нас не вдасться. Адже вони розраховували, скоріш за все, захопити наше виробництво електроенергії. А зараз зрозуміли, що ні. Але так чи інакше ми кожного разу знаходимо якісь рішення, уряд, Національний банк взаємодіють. Тут я хочу віддати належне пані Лагард. Я дуже добре пам'ятаю, як перші свої дні на посаді. Це був дуже емоційний для мене момент. І мені потрапило до рук ваше інтерв'ю, в якому ви сказали про те, що монетарна і фіскальна влада зобов'язані взаємодіяти перед обличчям нових викликів. Так, мандати повинні бути чітко окреслені, але взаємодія життєво важлива і необхідна. Це мене дуже надихнуло, і це по великому рахунку дозволило нам перебудувати взаємодію з Міністерством фінансів. Ця взаємодія дозволила відновити ринок внутрішнього боргу. Україна в перший рік війни змушена була вдатися до емісійного фінансування оборонного бюджету. Рівень нашої взаємодії з Міністерством фінансів, а також підтримка наших міжнародних партнерів, Європейського Союзу, Міжнародного валютного фонду дозволили Україні протягом 2023 і 2024 року, а вони були дуже складні, не застосовувати монетизацію бюджетного дефіциту. Ринок внутрішнього боргу працює, покриває нашу потребу. Наша взаємодія з міжнародними партнерами дає нам можливість створювати джерела покриття нашого дефіциту. Разом із тим ми реалізуємо з огляду на те, що наша взаємодія з міжнародними партнерами супроводжується великою кількістю зобов'язань в Україні, напевно, найбільш масштабний за всю історію моєї батьківщини план реформ. Я не знаю жодної сфери українського життя, яка би зараз не перебувала в стадії глибокої структурної реформи. Юстиція, антикорупція, пенсійне забезпечення, податкова система, митна справа, цифровізація. Все одночасно прийшло в рух. І Україна в цих питаннях виконує взяті на себе зобов'язання. І це дає нам можливість говорити міжнародним партнерам з рівною спиною про те, що перед нами також зобов'язання потрібно виконувати. Я про ці речі кажу, тому що це важлива компонента, Gediminas, нашої макрофінансової стабільності. Ми дуже добре розуміємо, за рахунок чого і за рахунок яких джерел вона забезпечується, ця макрофінансова стабільність. Ми критично залежні від міжнародної підтримки. І ця міжнародна підтримка надається Україні взамін реформ, які проходять в Україні. Ми розпочали нашу взаємодію з МВФ з моніторингової програми. Це відбулося через тиждень після мого призначення. Я одразу сів і поїхав у відрядження, запрацювала місія МВФ. Через 2 тижні у нас з'явилась моніторингова програма, через місяць вона була визнана успішною, ще через 3 місяці у нас відкрилась програма розширеного фінансування з МВФ, яка стала, по суті, замковим каменем, на якому тримається уся система міжнародної фінансової підтримки України. Адже моніторингова програма чітко визначила спроможність українського уряду, Національного банку і української держави і потребу. І міжнародні партнери сказали, ми цю потребу готові покрити за умови, якщо ви виконуватимете ось такі плани реформ. І ми рухаємося в цьому напрямку. Тому що ми хочемо насправді бути частиною того європейського дому, про який сьогодні так багато говорили.
Thank you. Let us give a chance to audience to ask a question to Ukrainian Central Bank Governor. Do you have? Okay, while people, oh, is there? Okay, so if there is none, but still, in all this disastrous situation, there are people's lives and people are living. So if I may ask you a little bit on a personal level, so you are governor of the Central Bank of Ukraine. What's your typical day?
Я зайшов до кабінету голови Національного банку 7 жовтня 2022 року. Одразу після голосування в українському парламенті. Знаєте, в мене за цей час складається враження, що я живу і працюю один довгий робочий день. Під час цього довгого робочого дню відбулися неймовірні події. Я декілька разів був у Вашингтоні, я познайомився з абсолютно неймовірними, потужними людьми. Ми були ефективні в домовленостях щодо надання Україні міжнародної підтримки. Протягом цього величезного, довжелезного робочого дня я декілька разів проходив через «це неможливо, давайте подумаємо і гаразд, ми це зробимо». Це відбувалося часто, і це означає, що ми прогресуємо, коли ми, як українська команда, пропонуємо, бачимо підтримку, шукаємо відповідні рішення з європейськими партнерами. Протягом цього величезного робочого дня я декілька разів був неймовірно щасливою людиною. Ви не уявляєте, які емоції може викликати повідомлення про те, що європейські лідери домовилися на політичному рівні і знерухомлені російські активи можуть стати джерелом покриття нашої фінансової потреби. Для мене, як для голови Національного банку, це повідомлення означає, що ми скоротили зону невизначеності на 2025 дуже важкий для моєї країни рік. А ще мені це повідомлення несе дуже важливу звістку про те, що наші партнери проявили сміливість і рішучість. А ще воно для мене несе повідомлення про те, що знерухомлені активи Російської Федерації вже поступово розглядаються як джерело, за рахунок якого росіяни зобов'язані будуть компенсувати завдані моїй країні збитки. Ця еволюція поглядів відбувається, адже Україна зазнала неймовірних людських втрат, неймовірних фінансових втрат. Лише на кінець 2023 року швидка оцінка Світового банку підтвердила збитки, яких зазнала Україна в розмірі щонайменше 500 мільярдів. І це не враховуючи тих збитків, яких зазнала Україна цього року. Людський вимір. Я був дуже щасливий, коли в Національний банк повернулись діти. Даруйте, але це емоція, якою я хочу з вами поділитися. В Україні часто вимикають світло. В Україні відбуваються тисячі, вже навіть не можу пригадати скільки, ми просто перестали їх рахувати, повітряних атак. Значна частина нашого персоналу – жінки. В той момент, коли дитина залишається вдома і лунає повітряна тривога, мамине серце терпне. Ми дозволили матерям брати, батькам брати дітей в Національний банк для того, щоб вони могли спокійно працювати тоді, коли це необхідно. У нас запрацювали дитячі кімнати. В одну з таких дитячих кімнат потрапила пані Георгієва, коли була в лютому 2023 року в Національному банку, зайшла туди, там діти сидять, граються, щось малюють. Вона попросила їх розказати віршики. Я вас запевняю, це була чиста імпровізація, але діти встали і заспівали український гімн. Плакала вона, плакав я, плакали всі, хто були поруч. Через це у нас ми навчилися жити разом, ми навчилися відбудовувати наше життя, не віддаючи такі емоційні, важливі моменти ворогу. Це, якщо хочете, такий наш особистий вимір. В Національному банку ми почали один з одним частіше спілкуватися. У нас є такий протокол прихисток, до прикладу. Він функціонує тоді, коли, не дай Боже, буде вимкнуте опалення або відсутність світла для того, щоб наші працівники могли взяти в Національний банк своїх батьків, дітей. І щоб вони були в безпеці разом з ними. У нас обладнані бомбосховища, де можна переночувати, де можна прожити декілька днів. Оце відчуття своєї захищеності є дуже важливим для того, щоб ми і далі були ефективними, ухвалюючи монетарні рішення, забезпечуючи фінансову стабільність за будь-яких умов. Ми не можемо схибити, адже я на початку сказав, що нам потрібно відновлювати нормальність, і пошук цієї нової нормальності в умовах війни кожного разу змушує команду Національного банку вдаватися до глибокого аналізу креативних рішень, усвідомлюючи вартість, не дай Боже, помилки, яку ми допустимо. І як засвідчують ці 1027 днів, ми не часто помилялися. Інфляція з 20...
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Сьогодні знову ж частина цього довгого робочого дня, який живу і проживаю я і мої колеги, які сьогодні тут, в тому числі зі мною. Я дуже радий, що я сьогодні цей день розділяю разом з вами і маю можливість поговорити, розповісти і ще раз запропонувати. Скористайтесь нашим досвідом. Наш досвід може бути корисний. Наш досвід якраз про те, що в критичній ситуації ви не піднімаєтеся до рівня своїх очікувань, а опускаєтеся до рівня своєї підготовки. Ми знаємо, що працює, а що ні. Ми знаємо, чому це працює. Наші симуляції перевірені вже на практиці. Наш проект Power Banking – це проект, який дозволяє функціонувати банківській мережі відділень за будь-яких умов, в умовах повного, тотального блекауту, відсутності зв'язку. У нас розроблена система відповідних протоколів. Ми можемо про це говорити годинами, не буду забирати час. Просто прийміть нашу пропозицію. Ми в Україні навчились дуже добре відрізняти протокол формальний від щирої людської емоції. І ми навчилися бути вдячні. Адже ми розуміємо, що в цій війні нам самим вистояти буде дуже і дуже важко. Ви нам потрібні, а ми потрібні вам.
Thank you. And I can tell you one thing is to read in papers or in internet. The other thing is to hear from the first lips what's the life there in Ukraine. And this room is full of EU, Lithuanian, and our foreign policy makers. This is my last question, Andriy. And if you could leave us with one message, the most important, what it would be?
Моє повідомлення насправді буде чітке, і воно незмінно залишається протягом цих 1000 днів, і під час кожної зустрічі я його повторюю. Залишайтесь з нами. Залишайтесь з нами, тому що ми з вами однієї крові, у нас з вами одна система цінностей. Ми захищаємо ваші кордони. Війна на нашій території, але в європейському домі. Ми повинні в цій війні перемогти. Ця перемога буде не лише українців, ця перемога буде вашою. Вона зробить усіх нас сильнішими. І навпаки. Будь-яка поразка буде вашою поразкою і нашою поразкою. Через це моє повідомлення таке саме. Ви нам потрібні, а ми потрібні вам. І ми дуже дякуємо за ту підтримку, яку ви нам надаєте, за ті рішення, які ухвалюєте, за сміливість, яку проявляєте. Не зупиняйтесь, будь ласка. Нам потрібно зробити набагато більше.
Thank you. And I ask to give a standing applause to Ukrainian government. Thank you.
Thank you, Gediminas Šimkus and Andriy Pyshnyy. And indeed, what's happening in Ukraine gives us an exemplary case of resilience, leadership, and humanism. It's very inspiring for professional lives and personal as well. But now, food for thought is good, but food for stomach is even better sometimes when you're exhausted and you need some energy. So I'd like to invite you to the lunch, which is served downstairs, and we reconvene at 1:30 at the same auditorium here at the same room. So have a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conference after the lunch. Now, when the stomachs are filled, I'm sure we have a lot of energy to listen and to ask the questions. And now we're entering our last session. It's going to be a long session, but I'm sure there's going to be a very insightful session because we have a lot of very experienced speakers to share their thoughts with us. It's going to be another, I'm sure, a panel of wisdom. And besides, it's not only the speakers, but a lot of reports written stands beside the thoughts of those speakers. In an era of where the global order is marked by geopolitical shifts, trade realignments, and the pressing need for resilience, Europe's response will define not only its economic future, but also its wider role on the world stage. And today's discussion brings us together with very experienced panelists, which are uniquely positioned to address these challenges that Europe is facing. From the transformative potential of the single market to strategies for navigating trade fragmentations and ensuring fiscal stability. And our conversation also will delve into policies and innovations that can prepare Europe to look forward. As we hear from our distinguished speakers, Enrico Letta on competitiveness, Alfred Kammer on resilience, Giancarlo Corsetti on stability, and Beata Javorcik on global trade dynamics, I encourage you to think about the intersection of these themes and how they shape Europe and its very rapidly evolving landscape. So now I'd like to invite our speakers one by one to the podium to deliver the speeches, and later on we will have a discussion, and of course there will be some time to ask the questions. So first of all, let me invite the first speaker, Mr. Enrico Letta, President of the Jacques Delors Institute, former Prime Minister of Italy, and also the author of a famous report which was released in 2024, which was called Much More Than Market, which calls for a reinvigorated single market to address Europe's structural challenges amid geopolitical fragmentation. And Mr. Letta is going to talk about the present and future of the single market and competitiveness. Mr. Letta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for organizing this fantastic event that is not just a celebration, but is also the way to think all together our future. I would like to start by saying that I had in mind one crucial point that is the beginning of my presentation. And I'm very happy to say that here, because of course we are here in the temple of the monetary policy. But if I'm not wrong, when Lithuania entered the euro, Lithuania entered the economic and monetary union. And that was the crucial point. And that will be the crucial point of my presentation. We were, in the last years, in the last 30 years, very good with the M. We were not so good with the E. That is the crucial point of what I would like to deliver and to develop in this presentation. And this is the key issue. The M without the E is not enough. We can be very good with a strong monetary union, a strong integrated monetary union, but if we don't have the economic union, if we don't have a successful, effective economic union, the monetary union will suffer. But what will suffer is, first of all, growth, competitiveness, jobs creation, and this is, in my view, the key issue. I have to say that it's not, I don't want to complain the leaders for that. I know that it was very complicated to get all the engagement to have the single currency. The single currency is a strong symbolism. Today we have a currency without any national symbols. We have different alphabets in our banknotes, different alphabets. So just to say how this identity of Europe is. But the key point is that we didn't put the same energy for all the different aspects of the economic union. And this is why we are here, and this is why the report on the future of the single market. They asked me to write this report because the feeling of the fact that we have an asymmetric economic and monetary union is something that is the reason, probably, of the lack of competitiveness that we are having. And I strongly believe that, and I thank you very much for the invitation here, because I can tell you that I don't want to spoil the party. We are here because it's a great event, the 10th anniversary, but I have to tell you that the future means that we have to improve the economic union of the EMU. And I think the best way to improve it is to start from the single market, of course. What does it mean? First of all, I can tell you that my experience in visiting all the member states, I was here in April in a very, very interesting 2 days meetings, meeting all the different stakeholders, governments, and so on. In the presentations that I'm having on the report, I am surprised by the surprise. I'm surprised by the surprise. The surprise is the fact that people are not aware that half of the single market is not integrated in reality. Because if you take financial services, if you take telecom, if you take energy, these three are single market issues. But in reality, if you are an operator in telecom, in energy, in financial services, your first supervisor, your first regulator is a national one, is not the European one. And it is clear that the lack of integration of these three has today a cost. And this is the main point. I started by saying that this cost has to be the first element of our narrative to convince leaders to integrate. Convincing leaders to integrate is the sense to say we can't stay as we are today, because we are looking around. We are looking speed. There are so many issues related to these three issues, where today the national dimension is becoming a ceiling, is no more a boost. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, the national dimension for telecoms, for instance, it was a boost. Today it is a ceiling. It is clearly a ceiling. Stefan, I was in Stockholm meeting all the people of Ericsson, and the situation is really dramatic there. Ericsson is one of our champions, but we need to help them to become the European champion and to become more and more global. But to do so, we need to have a European telecom market. If we continue with the national telecom market, and today on telecom the market is national, we will continue leaving the American or the Chinese to be the leaders. We were not followers in the 90s on telecom. We were the leaders. We were the leaders. Everything was European in the 90s. GSM, 3G, all the brands, everything was European. Today, the fragmentation is bringing everything to the US. And the same for energy. On energy, of course, energy has a different status because this, I would say, software of the energy mix that is in the treaties oblige us to treat energy in a different way. But if you take, for instance, the example of solar, we invest as Europeans on solar twice the dimension of the American investment on the same solar energy. The outcome of this investment is that we have the same level of energy from solar, we and the Americans. Why? Because of the lack of interconnections. Because the fact that we are not able to maximize all the different energy sources that we have, that can be the strength of Europe. We can't have only one energy source in Europe, but we can take advantage of the big mix and the differences if we have the interconnections, but we don't. Why? And I would like to repeat what you said before, because of psychology, because we continue thinking that there's a lot of borders within the European Union. In reality, we don't have borders. But this idea that the borders are there in our mind is the way, you know, I usually take the example of railways, not because railways are the most important part of our life, but because it is very, it's the image of the fact that I wanted to have a journey around Europe, preparing the report and meeting all the people. I had more than 400 meetings, 65 cities I visited. I wanted to have this journey by high-speed train. It was natural. Europe is so small. And I didn't. Why? Because there's no high-speed train connection network among the different European capitals. And we have the high-speed train. The technology is there. We are the best in the world. But it is national. And the borders are a limit. We have just Brussels, Paris among the capitals. And that's it. And the same is for energy. And it is a limit. I come to the third, financial services. You mentioned it this morning, so I can be very short on that. I think it's a crucial point. And I think this morning, what you said this morning is a fantastic boost. I'm very happy that from Vilnius we had this message to the rest of Europe, to the stakeholders, governments, because there's the need of a change of speed on the integration of financial services. For a very simple reason, the failure of capital markets union, of course, Dombrovskis told us that we had some improvement, it is true, but in general, we can't talk about the capital markets union as a success for the last 10 years. And why it was not a success? I think for many reasons. The first reason was Brexit. Brexit was a big, big hit for the capital markets union project. But it's gone, so forget it. But the key point is that we weren't able to find a big mission for the integration of the capitals in Europe. When I say big mission, I say a mission that when you talk to the people, people can start thinking that, okay, it's for me too. It's not only for bankers or for people in the finance. It's for me. I have a benefit if we integrate financial markets. We weren't able until now to do so. Today, I think this is the big change of the last days. And what President Nausėda today, this morning, said about, for instance, the savings and investments union, I was very happy to listen his point about that, because it is the main proposal I put in the report, to stop the old narrative and to start with a new narrative and new meaning and new missions. And the main mission is what Lagarde said this morning. We need to link the integration of financial services, how to mobilize European savings, and how to put these savings in the right direction for the investments that we are missing in our European landscape. If we are not able to do so, it will be impossible to be successful in having all the resources that are needed today from our needs. First of all, the transition, that is the most important one, but I have to say also defense, and this is the second one. I can tell you that we are all under-evaluating the importance and the difficulty of the topic on security and defense. I'm very happy because the Polish decided to have next semester this strong term, security. as a motto of the presidency, of the Polish presidency of the European Union. I think it's good. We have to be aware that security is not something that we can find in the US or we have to build up our own security. And when I say security, security is not only weapons. Security is the three topics I mentioned before. Financial services, energy, and interconnections. Connectivity. If we are not good in these three, because we are not integrated, it's impossible to be successful on that. This is why I mentioned the financial services are maybe the most important one. And the integration of financial services is fundamental because with the present situation, I'm sorry, I don't want to ruin the party, but we are becoming a colony of the American financial system. This is what is happening today. I can tell you all the examples. The easiest example is the fact that we are all paying with digital payments every day, every moment. But we, the Italians, we will never pay with a French credit card. The French will never pay with a German credit card. The German will never pay with a Spanish credit card, and we are all so happy to pay only with American credit cards. This is Europe's fragmentation outcome. And it is a problem of power, because all our data are going there. And the same with our savings. Our savings are going to the US. They are going to the US, strengthening American companies. They come back to Europe to buy our own European companies with our own money. That is a fantastic paradox because of our fragmentation. So I think we have to consider that this is the main mission of the integration of the single market. And this is why I was so happy today to listen what I listened. And the integration of financial services is so crucial. There are many other issues. In the report I launched an idea that I know in Lithuania is so, I would say, popular, the idea of the fifth freedom. I take the last 50 seconds just on that. The single market is well known as the market of the four freedoms: goods, services, capitals, and persons. It's very old style. It's the old economy. We don't have what we touch, and we are losing ground on the intangible in the economy today. So the idea of launching the fifth freedom, so innovation, knowledge, as the flagship for the future, and to do it, as the rest of my report, with the present treaties, so without opening the Pandora box of any treaty changes that are, in my view, the worst today suggestion that we have to have. And my last 10 seconds are, I heard this morning the discourse about the BRICS, the small and the big, and so on. I have to tell you that I'm very happy to be here in Vilnius, because in my journey around Europe, I was really convinced of one big statement. The European countries, in reality, are divided in two groups of countries. The small countries and the countries they don't know they are small in Europe. And this is the key issue for the future. We are all small countries in comparison with the US, China, and India. And we have to be together because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Letta, very much for inspiring presentation, talk, and the future belongs to small states. Yes, that's true. And now it is my pleasure to invite another speaker, Mr. Alfred Kammer, who is the Director of European Department and International Monetary Fund. And his presentation is going to be on Europe's choice, policies for growth and resilience.
It's a real privilege to address you here today in Vilnius to celebrate really true remarkable milestones. First, congratulations to Lithuania for 10 successful years in the euro area. This is a testament to your commitment to European integration and stability. And the second milestone to celebrate is 25 years of the euro itself, a currency that has become a global symbol of unity and of resilience. And I think the second part is very important as well. And speaking of successes, there's another one I would like to mention, and it's that of European policymakers. They deserve recognition for the extraordinary responses to the recent crisis. Their swift and largely coordinated actions during the pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine and the following energy crisis have laid the foundation for the recovery that is finally getting now traction. Yet, while inflation is nearing target levels across most countries, we must acknowledge the enduring scars of the cost of living crisis, the pain that it is still causing in the population. And of course, we must confront the challenges that lie ahead with regard to Europe's external environment, which is becoming increasingly complex. More fundamentally, and that is what I will focus on in my speech, I will focus on that Europe must address two critical imperatives: durably raising growth and building a resilient, shock-proof economy. Let me start with a look at productivity. This is the engine of growth, and it's the basis for shared prosperity. Europe's productivity story is both inspiring, but it's also sobering. In the decades following World War II, Europe significantly narrowed the productivity gap with the United States, which is the global frontier. It was then the global frontier, and it's still the global frontier now. By the 1990s, advanced European economies were as productive as the United States. However, starting in the 2000s, Europe began falling behind. Structural deficiencies prevented the continent from fully benefiting from the ICT revolution. As a result, Europe's advanced economies now lag the US by a staggering 15% in terms of labor productivity. And this gap is the main reason that per capita income in the European Union today is about 30% below that of the United States. And that is a shockingly large number when you think about the prosperity and the living standards of people. Really, this is not just a statistic. It also represents an untapped potential, a potential that Europe cannot afford to leave on the table if it wants to maintain and expand its shared prosperity. Now, looking forward, our projections suggest that without significant policy action, Europe's income gap with the United States will remain virtually unchanged through 2030. This stagnation reflects a series of mounting headwinds. First, uncertain external and domestic environment. Russia's war in Ukraine has reshaped trade patterns, it increased energy costs, and it heightened geopolitical uncertainty. Second, the demographic decline. Europe's shrinking labor force poses long-term challenges to innovation and growth. And third, fiscal pressures. High public debt levels may rise further as countries face growing demands for defense, for climate action, and aging populations. In many cases, fiscal consolidation will be unavoidable. Together, these challenges represent formidable obstacles to growth, and they demand bold policy action. So, this sounds like a story of doom, but there is certainly light at the horizon. Because despite all of these headwinds, Europe has the tools to chart a different course. Projections are not destiny. And the key is to revitalize economic dynamism, which is essential to boosting productivity. To achieve this, policymakers must focus on 3 priorities. And here I'm following in Enrico's footsteps. They need to deepen the single market. Second, if pursued, industrial policy needs to be smarter and coordinated. And third, we need to implement and restart in many countries domestic structural reforms. These policies are all interconnected, and importantly, they are within Europe's control. The choice is ours to make. The single market is one of Europe's greatest and most underappreciated achievements, but its potential remains underutilized. The hard truth is, as Enrico pointed out, that the EU is still far from operating as a true single market. Intra-EU trade barriers remain significant. We estimate, and President Lagarde has referred to these numbers this morning, for goods that to trade from one country to the other in Europe is equivalent to adding a tariff barrier of 44% to that transaction. And this is 3 times higher than when a US company trades across US states. And for service, that barriers are even steeper, equivalent to a staggering 110% tariff. Just to give you a sense of the magnitude of these remaining non-tariff barriers in Europe, in intra-European trade, and you can compare it to the EU's effective external tariff rate. This is around 3%. This shows how much needs to be done on the internal front, where the largest share of EU countries' trade actually takes place. And in our view, reducing these trade barriers would deliver significant benefits. Our analysis suggests that by just lowering these intra-EU trade barriers to US levels, the direct impact could raise productivity by nearly 7 percentage points in the long term. And the 7 percentage points gain in productivity is a truly large number. It would halve the current productivity gap between advanced EU economies and the EU and the US. And it would be a big boost to closing the gap on the per capita income. So what does it require to close these trade gaps? Investing in cross-border infrastructure is one. It's sometimes also same old boring stuff which needs to be done. When I visited one of the countries in Eastern Europe and I asked them, when you joined the EU, what was the biggest contribution which was made by joining the EU? And they said it was that physical border controls on our border were eliminated. And I said, that can't be everything. And he said, yes, this was the biggest one, because otherwise you would not have been able to enter the supply chain. Because if I don't, in a situation of real-time delivery, if I don't know whether my trucks arrive at that factory door in that other country on time, and it can be half a day late or 3 days late, I'm out of business. And physical border controls was the biggest contribution according to that supplier. It means we need to liberalize still protected sectors, and there are many of those, and Enrico mentioned some. We need to continue meaningful intra-EU trade liberalization, and we need to harmonize regulations across member states. And I think Commissioner Dombrovskis was speaking about that. Now, lower barriers to trade will allow large firms to reach scale, and thereby also be able to afford larger innovation effects. But innovations that push the productivity frontier come not just from large and established firms. They also come from disruptive new entrants that challenge incumbents and may themselves become the future leading firms. These young promising firms in particular need talent agglomeration and they need risk capital. In short, this single market we are talking about is not just about trading goods and services. It is also about the movement of people and it's about the movement of capital. Yet, barriers to factor mobility remain also stubbornly high. For example, labor movement costs between EU countries are estimated to be 8 times higher than labor movement between 2 US states. These barriers prevent talent from flowing to where it is most needed, and that stifles innovation. When you're looking at some of the innovation centers in the US, like Silicon Valley, they became hugely attractive for skilled laborers to actually move there. And I should also say, there are not 50 Silicon Valleys in the US. There's one Silicon Valley for that market. And I think that brings us back to the capital market union. It cannot be 27 centers for anything and everything. Europe needs to grow up and recognize that there may be just one center for a particular industry, for a particular innovative technology, and it doesn't need to be replicated everywhere. But what it needs is that labor is moving freely. Similarly, Europe's venture capital ecosystem is underdeveloped, with investments at just 1/4 the level seen in the US. And a vibrant venture capital market is critical for supporting startups and fostering disruptive innovation. Our research shows that venture capital injection lead recipient firms to double their intangible investments within a year. And venture capital is super important for a small startup. You need risk capital. Banks will not able to provide that. When you go to a bank, they wanted to kick your collateral you have. When you are in a startup in the technology sector, you have intangibles. You have nothing which you can give a bank as a collateral. And it is risky to invest. But if you don't, you are lacking the innovation, you are lacking the disruption, and you are lacking the competition for the large firms also to innovate. So lowering barriers to both trade and factor mobility would amplify gains, creating a virtual cycle of innovation and growth. So raising productivity through a deeper single market, and that is my second big point, would not only drive growth, but it also would strengthen economic resilience. And that is something we are very concerned about these days, having seen the disruption we had during the pandemic, having seen the disruption we had in the energy market at the time of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Russia's gas shut-off to Europe. And what do we need? In a fully integrated single market, we would see banks operate seamlessly across borders. There would not be Italian banks. There would not be German banks. There would be pan-European banks. And when you're looking at the recent discussion about some mergers and acquisition in Europe, you come back to Enrico's point. It became a national debate. It didn't become a debate of what is the best European banking system, how do we actually make sure that our banks can deliver and be profitable at the same time. It became a national discussion. Households would hold equity issued by firms in other member states. And again, this is the idea of risk sharing cross-border. And we would also see centrally provided public goods. They would play a bigger role in such a truly integrated market. And what these dynamics would do, they would smooth out national shocks and increase the resilience of the EU as a whole. Now, contrast this with the current state of risk sharing in the euro area. And here we are talking about resilience, we are talking about shock-proofing the European economy. According to recent ECB research, around 70% of an income shock hitting an individual euro area country economy must be borne domestically. So 70% of that shock needs to be buffered domestically or is going to hit households and firms in the euro area. When you look at the US, 25% of a shock is buffered by an individual state. 75% is dealt with by the union. And this limited risk sharing has real-world consequences. We observed recently a divergence in electricity prices between Southeastern and Western Europe when Ukraine increased its electricity imports following Russia's attacks on its electricity generation capacity. An EU-wide energy union supported by an EU climate and energy security facility, which we have been advocating, it would help lower energy costs. And energy costs in Europe are not competitive with those in the US. They are 4 times higher than in the US. So this energy union could contribute to lowering energy costs in Europe, and it would deliver Europe's climate and energy security goals more cost effectively. And I'm putting those words together because the green transition will not only deliver on making Europe greener and emitting less carbons, it will also, by relying on renewable and in a truly integrated market, it will also substantially increase energy security. More generally, shocks will only become more frequent in the future, and the proposition of self-insuring against risks by individual countries will become increasingly costlier. To fully exploit the business dynamism benefits of the single market, policymakers also need to be smart about industrial policy. Industrial policy is back in vogue. State aid in EU countries now accounts for approximately 1.5% of EU GDP. That is up 1 percentage point from a decade ago. Let me first state the obvious. Using industrial policy to protect mature industries is a losing proposition. Europe should think ahead. Europe should not think backwards. Industrial policy must be coordinated, and it needs to be laser-focused on addressing market failures. It needs to be time-bound to contain fiscal costs, and it needs to be accompanied by a strong governance framework to avoid institutional capture. Coordination at the EU level is essential. Without it, national-level policies risk creating negative spillovers to other member countries, distort trade, undermine comparative advantage, and disrupt production patterns in the single market. In research which we published today, we showed that unilateral industrial policies can be harmful even if they are targeted to externalities at the national level. You see that in the first bar. Acting simultaneously in a coordinated way, the losses from unilateral industrial policies can be more than halved for the average European countries. That's the second bar. But note, they're still negative. Moreover, coordination can help cushion any adverse impact on regions that might otherwise lose out, including through potential use of intra-EU fiscal transfers. Now, should the EU significantly lower remaining internal barriers to labor and capital mobility, the losses through these unilateral industrial policies can be turned into gains, and that is the third bar. In other words, a deeper single market cannot only deliver higher productivity and resilience, it is also essential to boost the effectiveness of EU-level policies for all its members. The start of the new European Commission earlier this month provides a good time to step up these coordination efforts. Finally, EU-level reforms must be complemented by domestic reforms to improve economic dynamism. Key reforms include easing administrative barriers to entry for firms, improving insolvency frameworks to facilitate the exit of unproductive firms, and enhancing labor market flexibility while protecting workers, as seen in Denmark's flexicurity model. Such an approach would combine more flexible layoff procedures with adequate unemployment benefits and strong, active labor market policies that support job search and employability. The potential growth dividends of these domestic reforms are substantial. For instance, EU countries lack global best practices in business regulation by 33%. Closing half of this gap to the global frontier could increase GDP by about 2% in the medium term for Euro area countries and by 3% for countries in Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. And the gap in labor market regulation to global best practices is 31%. If anything, slightly larger gains can accrue from labor market reforms. So, in short, the challenges facing Europe are significant, but they are not insurmountable. History has shown that Europe rises to the occasion when confronted with crisis and adversity. This was true during the pandemic, and it was true during the energy crisis. With the right policies, it can be true now. That path forward requires a more integrated single market, smarter industrial policy, and bold domestic reforms. These are the policies for growth. These are the policies for economic resilience. And the choice is Europe's to make, as Enrico pointed out. Let us seize this moment to build a stronger, more dynamic, and more resilient Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kammer. I just wanted to ask one thing. Is it possible to move probably there, because we will still be having some presentations, and then for the rest of the crew, I will, thank you very much. Yeah, so I got the main message is that European Union has to have one Silicon Valley, not 50, and there is a strong argument for more unity and federalization in various areas to be more resilient, effective, efficient, competitive, and stable. So I think that this is wonderful words for any scholar working with the European Union issues, because most of the scholars are very much Euro-federalists. And that's my great pleasure and honor to invite to the stage Mr. Giancarlo Corsetti. I hope I'm pronounced your name right, who's a well-known scholar, Pierre Werner Chair and Professor of Economics at the European University Institute in Florence. He used to work at the universities of Cambridge, Rome, Bologna, to advise banks, and also is the author of the policy insight of the first 25 years of the euro. So the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind words. It's definitely an honor and a privilege for me to be here. By the standard of this morning, I don't have anything to say to you because my policy experience is zero. I never have any responsibilities, but all my life I've been sitting in the back of policymaker rooms, taking notes, go to the office and do mathematical model, running regression. So I have perhaps something to share after all. So this is a reflection coming from a joint paper with Marco Buti, who joined the Institute, and we created something called the EMU Lab, which is supposed to create proposals, thinking, analysis, revisiting the intellectual foundations of the economic and monetary unification. So I was invited to present our reflection on the 25 years of the euro, and I'll do looking forward, looking backward to have something to say about what is next. And we took, before the Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi report, a total one money, one market perspective. So we really thought that you cannot take the M without the E, and that is the existential challenge in a way, no? In the words of Mario Draghi. And I have 2 points to make, because many points have already been made. The fact that there is a reallocation coming, right? The Silicon Valley of Europe must be somewhere. You can think of geographical and industrial allocation. There will be fight, there will be discussion, there will be comparative advantage reasoning, there will be many arguments there. But the point is that we already have reallocation in Europe in the past, and we have reallocation as we speak. So today I want to show that actually there is a link between the one money, the macro governance, and the reallocation. There is a role played by that. So we need to think of the process as a two-handed process. We need a single market that is integrated and a European governance of macro and financial system that is adequate and helps in this integration. And basically, you know, there is quite a bit we need to think about how the pace of this process will be. And I want to show you some experience that come from the past. So I show you this I'm reading the 25 years of the euro in terms of 4 phases. One, over-optimism and misallocation, 1999-2008. Second, crisis and fragmentation, 2009-2019. Then a moment of crossing the lines, alignment of instruments and policy in COVID. And then when we wrote the paper, we call it the return of policy trade-off. But actually, we could call it the return of policy trade-off and the rising awareness of the existential crisis. And I want to finish with a sentence that I stole from Mario Draghi's dinner speech last year. The euro is stable and here to stay, because I think it's something that we need to keep in mind. And it would be a tragedy, absolute tragedy, not to make it happen. So this is the institutional development during these 4 phases. You have the first line, supranational development. The second line, intergovernmental deals and institutions. And then EA accession. So I want to make 2 comments. The first one, even during the crisis, the euro area has been attractive. You see, like many people, many countries, many people in the countries decided to access the Europe even at the height of the crisis. The second point is that there is too much in the second block. So we went from supranational to too much intergovernmental. And I'm not sure we can really face the challenge if we keep doing bilateral, if we keep working bilaterally. So this is the first reflection, looking at the history of the past 25 years. We need to correct less density in the second block, more density of institutional reform in the first one. I'm skipping over the macro indicators, and from now on I want actually to call your attention to 3 graphs. The first graph comes at the end of this thinking about the first decade, what we call over-optimism and resources misallocation. So you remember what happened there, right? We got into the euro. This is like the spreads relative to the boom of various countries. I think this is done, for the countries that you see in the bottom. So in that period, it was not only in Europe, everywhere. There was no risk awareness, no risk spreads, okay? That helped the euro. It also helped the euro, the fact the dollar was strong at the beginning of the life, but at the same time raised an issue, which is created these enormous imbalances in Europe. You see the bot is the current account, the division between core and periphery, and also created a inflation differential, more in the periphery. Inflation was much higher in the periphery than in the... So why am I saying this? This was a period of no capital market union. It was really, you can think of this as an interbank market union. This is nothing to do with capital market union. It's actually the opposite. It's like building up of risk. It's like flooding places with financial resources that the local financial system has a problem to absorb and allocate. So this is the beginning of what is one of the problems raised by Enrico Letta, Mario Draghi, and all the speeches before. We have a union, a single market, producing misallocation. And the first big misallocation was the first big reallocation, redefinition of the comparative advantages in Europe, which is this. You see here the growth rate of non-tradable sector relative to the tradable sector. Here we're talking exactly what Enrico Letta was saying, like telecom, the moving of industrial groups from industry to protected, non-service, non-tradable. The periphery, which is to the right to the center, you see immediately the first 10 years of the euro was like this huge movement, this huge redefinition of the industrial, sectoral, geographical production in Europe. To me, this was a big mistake. True, was also in the US, but we could have the instruments, the intellectual capacity to do something. At the time, many people were confused by that. And remember, the ECB, for example, was the country, the only central bank with the eye on the monetary aggregates, credit aggregates. At that point, we didn't think it was a problem. It was a problem. It will build up a big problem for us later. And it shows a little bit what it means, macro governance for the real economy. And it shows a little bit what it means constructing, not an incomplete monetary union, because we don't know what a complete market union is. We need really to think about a resilient and stable monetary union, which requires some creativity also in understanding what instruments, like a kind of macro criteria, imbalance criteria to avoid this kind of undesirable misallocation. Then I love this graph. You know everything about the crisis. So just let me talk through this graph. So the gray area is the distribution of unemployment in the US across member states. The blue area is the distribution of unemployment across member states of the EA. So if you look at the crisis, which is the first vertical line, notice that both the level and the dispersion of unemployment in Europe and the EU were very, very similar. We're talking about the 2008, 2009. What happened afterwards? The US started to do the right thing, put money on the table, do all kind of sustaining the demand, do lots of resharing. We started to have arguments, mistrust. You don't know how many times I went to conferences in which they asked me, is it true that the Italians like to lay on the beach or buy German cars without paying? It was like absurd. The New York Times interviewed me about that. So what I'm saying is that there was a total lack of mistrust. This shows, number one, the problem of the high cost of losing cohesion and coordination in Europe, the problem of waiting for a crisis before we do something or we imagine what instruments we need. And it also shows a little bit what intellectual growth we need in Europe to make even the ECB and normal central banks that not populated by people who think that if they buy a government bond, there is immediate inflation, right? So the OMTs, the QE came afterwards, reduced, but the scar is still there. And the scar is real. This is what we call about fragmentation. And notice that the fragmentation does not only give a problem of some country gaining, some country losing. The average is a loss. And it's true that some country may have won, like Germany, but it may won almost by happenstance because the Chinese were buying a lot of stuff. But what I'm saying is that in the future, we cannot really count in having a big argument and thinking that one country, the nature of the shock we are facing create much more gains from resharing. I'm not going to talk a lot about the COVID period was a success. In our view, was a crossing the line. We call it benign coincidence. It's actually interesting to look at the combination of a shock that was external, not really linked to moral hazard, at least in the narrative. The electoral cycle was also very, very, very favorable. We did, in a way, something that was, many people say, unimaginable, but actually could be imagined very easily. The right thing, which is putting money on the table, having targeted support, and making sure that the ECB sort of perform its role of guardian of stability in the bond market, which is normal for every central bank. So this, if you want, looking at this table, you could say the EEA can do it, the EU can do it. it was a benign coincidence that was easy to do it, but it's also a lesson for the future, showing that it's actually possible. I want to finish with this return of the policy trade-off, or the rising awareness of existential threat. I took this graph from a speech I heard on Saturday by Agnès Benassi-Kerr, with whom I co-author reports on the European economy. This is a graph taken from the Draghi report, but not in the Draghi report. So the first histogram is the saving rate of the household in Europe. The second is negative, minus 1.5, is the private investment, productive, not housing, productive investment. The third one is the public investment. And the last one is basically the losses that households in Europe suffer. So they have a high saving rate, and at the same time they're losing money in their stock. So you look at this, and in a very, I mean, I guess Enrico Letta already said, you know, that we have the resources to do what we need, right? It's there. Not only we have the resources that could be put in stuff that is going to be to the benefit both of the firms and the household. Just rebalancing this, we would like to have a very strong positive orange, right? Maybe enough second, I don't know what color is that, the public investment, also positive. Definitely zero, or at least reduce the net income. So in a way, this is what the saving and investment union is about, rearranging this graph. Now, there is a sense in which, no, I also think that there is a sense in which one could use EA level guidance for investment, especially there are certain sectors about payments, security, in which it makes sense to think of a large defense, of a large investment. But there is also a large part of gains that can be pursued using traditional means, like liberalization, cutting red tapes. So the emphasis, all I'm saying is that the emphasis in industrial policy as the way to rebalance this thing needs to be treated very carefully, because industrial policy may mean many things, and again, Europe become a mature monetary union once we can find the combination of instruments that are appropriate. And the combination of instruments that are appropriate at this point on the real side include lots of reform of supervision, lots of reform of regulation, having in mind the single market, an industrial policy that is smart and is at the EA level. Again, like I don't have to say much because the previous graph already showed. So I leave you basically, again, with the Mario Draghi point. The euro is stable here to stay. I'm convinced that on the one hand, we have been resilient, we have demonstrated resilience, and we need to spend the capacity to create resilience in front of facing an environment that is increasingly complicated. There is an issue of preference that may not be policymaker preference, political preference may not be in the same. So we'll discuss later about the policy avenue, but I insist on one point, that the EA level, what I started to say, the supranational level is, you know, the way to go, the most difficult way to go at this point, but possibly, you know, what we should really try to pursue to do what we need to do in all these different dimensions of the reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Corsetti, for a very dedicated effort to explain what's happening and a lot of graphics that we academics like. But it's always, we academics have very smart recipes. At the end of the day, it's always about the political will. So that's the life, how to change it. And now it is my pleasure and honor to invite our last speaker, Madam Beata Javorcik, who is a chief economist at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And she will present the main findings from the latest EBDR transition report, shedding light on navigating industrial policies in a fragmented global economy.
First of all, let me congratulate Lithuania and the National Bank for the achievements of the last decades. It's a great pleasure to be here and to celebrate with you. I will continue with the theme of industrial policy. I will take a broader view. Indeed, we just published a report on that, but I will go in my remarks beyond the report itself. Now, industrial policy was very popular in the previous century. It was practiced very enthusiastically in this part of the world. It was practiced by Asian tigers. It was done in Latin America. And the track record was quite mixed. And industrial policy fizzled out, went out of fashion together with disco. But now it's back. It's back with a vengeance. Now, why is it back? Well, for three reasons. First, we are facing challenges that require intervention on the part of government. So think about climate, think about resilience of global value chains, think about catching up in terms of competitiveness in Europe. But it's also back for geopolitical reasons. In Europe, we want to do industrial policy because the US is doing IRA, China is doing industrial policy. And third, industrial policy is back by popular demand. Now, the first point is kind of obvious, so let me focus on the geopolitical rivalry and fragmentation and erosion of multilateral cooperation. Now, you already see the ongoing fragmentation of the global economy in the data. So here, we split the world into three groups, countries imposing sanctions on Russia, the second block being Russia, China, and a few other countries, and connector countries. And here we use the split done by the IMF in a recent working paper. And if you look at FDI projects, big FDI projects, you see that this dark blue part of the bars has become smaller over time. That means that there is much less FDI across the blocks. Right? That's not surprising because there is much less US FDI going to China. There is next to no FDI going to Russia from the sanctioning countries. Now, another place where you see changes to the trade patterns is, of course, trade around Russia. By design, we imposed, as the Western world, sanctions on Russia, export sanctions, and by design, European exports to Russia dropped dramatically. But as that happened, China increased its export to Russia of the products that we stopped exporting there. Another place where you see fragmentation is fragmentation in terms of usage of invoicing currencies. Freezing of Russian reserves, cutting off most of the banks operating in Russia from the SWIFT system has sent chills up the backs of countries not aligned with the West, and it has renewed the discussions about BRICS currency. And even Donald Trump has noticed that and is promising a tariff of 100% on countries that try to shift away from the dollar. And actually, you see fragmentation of currencies when you look at trade around Russia. So, for instance, Russian imports from China used to be predominantly denominated in US dollars. Now, they are, for the most part, denominated in the Chinese currency. Similarly, if you looked at Russian imports from countries which are not imposing sanctions, you see the dollar has become less prevalent, and you see this orange part, which is countries other than China using renminbi to denominate their exports to Russia. And then there is the red part. These are countries using their national currency. So Turkish export denominated in lira or Indian exports denominated in rupees. Now, the third reason why industrial policy is back is popular demand. These days, anybody among people above 60 years of age in post-communist countries, more than half of the people favor greater role of the state in the economy. More than half, right? And that's the top line. So if you look at the line below, these were the views of the people before COVID. And the dotted brown line, these were the views in the mid-1990s. So essentially, among all the cohorts, we've seen an increase in positive attitudes to the state playing greater role in the economy. And of course, post-communist countries are not alone. The blue line shows that similar thing has happened in advanced economies. And you may be surprised to find out that while support for democracy is very strong, almost universal, in almost every country, 3/4 of people say, yes, it is important to live in a democracy, support for private ownership, private role, as opposed to the state role in the economy is much less universal. And that little arrow there shows where Lithuania is. Now, we have been talking about industrial policy all day, but we haven't really defined what it is. So let's agree on a definition. Industrial policy, these are state interventions designed at changing the sectoral composition of an economy. Typically, they seek to address externalities, coordination failures. So you want to use industrial policy when the market is unable, or is expected to be unable, to deliver an efficient outcome. And the name itself is misleading because industrial policy does not have to be directed at industry, at manufacturing. It could actually be directed at services. It could have a regional dimension, or it could be even targeting individual firms. Now, I mentioned that industrial policies are back. They are back with a vengeance. You see the US enthusiastically embracing industrial policy, China, Germany doing the same, but even India and Brazil. And in Africa, industrial policies are seeing a comeback. Now, I mentioned that industrial policy was discredited in the 90s in the economics profession, and now the pendulum has swung, and it's almost considered to be a silver bullet, you know, the panacea that will fix all the problems. But as our analysis of industrial policy in 140 countries show, industrial policies have some disturbing features. The first disturbing feature is that in 90% of cases when industrial policy is practiced by advanced economies, it discriminates against foreign interests. Another disturbing feature is that industrial policies tend not to have an end date. So you're signing up for giving, let's say, subsidies to particular region, particular firm, particular industry without saying when you're going to phase it out. So you may on the hook to do that for decades, because withdrawing industrial policy becomes actually quite difficult politically. Now, the third disturbing feature of industrial policy is that they tend to have multiple objectives without having a very clear hierarchy of these objectives. Now here you see the classification of industrial policies in the regions where the EBRD is operating, but actually if I showed you a graph for advanced economies, it would be the same thing. Now think about Europe. We want rapid electrification of transportation. We want to have lots of electric cars on the roads. At the same time, we want to preserve employment in the automotive sector, and we don't want to give consumer subsidies for electric cars, right? These first two objectives are on an exact collision course. Now, what do you need to practice industrial policy? Well, you need two things. You need fiscal space, and you need administrative capacity. Now, if you are a less developed country, you have neither the money nor the admin ability to do that. So you go for the cheap and the easy. You go for the most distortive type of industrial policy, such as export licensing requirement, export bans, import bans, import. And countries that tend to do these type policies, as you see on the graphs, are countries that are no model of governance. These are countries where control of corruption tends to be quite weak. So in those countries, introduction of those very distortive instruments can actually do much more harm than good. So what's the bottom line? The bottom line is that industrial policy has its uses, it can be effective, but it is incredibly hard to get it right. And if you get it wrong, you stand to waste a lot of money and introduce distortions. So what are the lessons? Well, the lessons are articulate the objectives, have a hierarchy of these objectives, coordinate so that, you know, various ministries at the national level or various departments in the supranational levels are not doing industrial policies that are on a collision course with each other. Second, allow competition to work, right? You know, we talk a lot about unfair subsidies from China, about particularly in electric vehicles, but there is also a strong competition element there. The subsidies are there, but firms compete fiercely with each other. Finally, plan for phasing out. Add an expiration date and end date to the policy. And just as it is important to think about who the winners of the future may be and channeling money in that direction, it's equally important to let losers go. If in Europe we think about the high energy prices and we use investment policy as a way of subsidizing industries that cannot be competitive in the medium run, then all we are doing is freezing the industrial structure in a situation where the green transition is calling for exactly the opposite. So industrial policy may be good, may be useful, but one needs to be very careful and clear when it comes to designing it and implementing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we move to the final stage of our final session, and I would like to ask all the panelists of the session to finally take their places on the stage. And it is my pleasure and honor to invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Vitas Vasiliauskas, who used to be the chairman of the board of the Lithuanian National Bank when we have joined the Eurozone, and now is executive director of the International Monetary Fund.
First of all, thank you, Margarita, for introducing me. And of course, I would like to thank Gediminas and your team for inviting. It's a real pleasure, you know, to be here, to fly here, and to have good memories of the Euro introduction 10 years ago. I think it was a very right solution. It was second try, but thanks God, not a third one, you know. So. We heard very interesting, very informative, and very different, I would say, speeches, presentations of 4 panelists, Enrico, Alfred, Giancarlo, and Beata. I was informed that, Enrico, you have to leave at 3:30. So I will start maybe with you. Thank you very much, of course, for very I would say, realistic diagnosis of where we are, and maybe I will try to concentrate what outcome could be, or where we could move. So maybe you could explain or elaborate a little bit about what is the difference between the single market and European markets, because I saw that you are differentiating those two things in your report, please.
Yes, I think 3:30 is a little bit pessimistic because I don't think that Vilnius traffic is like the Roman traffic, so I can maybe take to get the airport less time. My point is the following one. It is very important, maybe, before starting the debate among us, to say one thing that I'm sure is the first question that you all have now at the stage of the discussion, is to say very good analysis, very good recipes, but where is the political will to get it landing? And so before answering your question, I would like to say one point on that, because in my view, it is very important also to turn a little bit to optimism on what we can do. What I think it is crucial to know and to share is the fact that it would have been a totally different discourse, environment, atmosphere 1 year ago. If we were here discussing on these topics, on Europe, it would have been a completely different set of priorities. What is very important to say now is the fact that for many reasons, today Europe has priorities, and among these priorities, the topic of competitiveness, integration of the single market are becoming top priorities. They were not priorities before. I want just to underline the fact that in the speech of Ursula von der Leyen, September 23, the State of the Union speech, the word single market wasn't mentioned. It wasn't there. So today I refer to 3 official documents that are the speech of von der Leyen to the European Parliament in July, the roadmaps that she gave to the commissioners, the formal roadmaps, and third, the topic of the Budapest Declaration of the European Council on competitiveness. The 3 are focusing on the priorities that today, so I have to say that today there's a big precondition that is fulfilled. And this big precondition is the fact that we considered at the European level that is the priority. And there are in these 3 documents the ownership of the European Union on many solutions of the 3 reports. I add also the NIST report on defense. That is for me a great sign of optimism, because I have to say that if we are not able to share this awareness of the fact that these are the problems, and if this awareness is not shared by the political decision makers, by the parliaments and so on, it will be impossible to be successful. I say that also for a very simple reason, and coming back to your point, it is the fact that in reality, my point is that the single market discussion is really, for many reasons, a discussion that is mostly a political, psychological, rather than technical details. There are no reasons why, for instance, a German bank and an Italian bank can't merge technically. The only reason is psychological, is a psychological reason. It is because the Germans, they can't accept that an Italian bank can buy a German bank. That's it. There's no any other topic there on the ground. This is why the key point is to move in the direction to clearly build up this level playing field. And I would like to come back, what you mentioned European market, the single market. I would like to come back to the point on the 28th virtual state that we mentioned this morning. Christine Lagarde mentioned this point. In my view, it is a crucial point. Why it is so, it can be so successful, and it can be a game changer. For a very simple reason, because it's impossible to be successful in thinking that we can cancel the 27 national legislations on, for instance, on corporate law. It is totally unfeasible. I don't know how it is here, but I can imagine a discussion in France or in Spain or in Germany to say, okay, now we cancel the, I would say, 200 years of history of the national corporate law to move to a European one. It's impossible. It's impossible. But having the fast track, so we propose the fast track optional to companies to say you have an option, and this option is a sort of passport too, is the way, in my view, to Europeanize this discussion and to make it more effective, more concrete, and to give the option and to give companies the possibility to say to their governments, hey, listen, we have the same currency. So, frankly speaking, there's no more problem of identity on that. Give us the tools to be more effective. Otherwise, the others will win. And the idea of the 28 virtual state is not something very original. It's the idea of having in Europe a Delaware that is not a physical state, but it's a virtual Delaware. And in the US it works. It works. It gives the possibility to overcome the differences and to be united, as you said, about one Silicon Valley. And this is the crucial point. I always repeat the fact that we have one industry where we win at the world level, and this is Airbus. And Airbus wins because there's one Airbus. If you have 27 Airbus, Boeing will win.
And Airbus wins because Airbus works across the European Union, not just
in one country. And it wins because it is a giant, but because it allows a lot of SMEs working with him. So it's a fantastic combination between big and small. That is, in my view, the only way to be successfully in Europe. I stop here.
Thank you, Enrico. I just remembered during your presentation, you told that it was unable, to take the speed train, reaching capitals by trying to discuss, your report with the capitals, but maybe the optimistic approach is that even in US, the train connection is very bad, so maybe it could raise a little bit optimism.
Yes, I know, Vitas, but I have to tell you one thing. One day, Xi Jinping will ask a former Chinese prime minister to write a report on the future of the Chinese single market. And my homologue will be able to travel around China by high-speed train in all the cities, because in China, all the big cities are connected by high-speed train, and China is much bigger than Europe.
Yeah, I agree. But coming back to your example of the American-owned credit cards, so I am happy that they are not Chinese-owned, So, but just go back to your report. I quote, "Single market, often perceived as a project of the technical nature, on the contrary, is political. Its future is tied to the EU strategic objectives and thus to the context in which the EU acts. Therefore, it should never be considered as completed endeavor, but rather an ongoing project." What does it mean? Does Europe has time, for not completed project? I'm a little bit provocative, of course.
No, Europe needs to consider that we are in a red alarm situation. This is why I was saying that I'm sorry, I'm ruining the party here. Because we are not in good shape. We are losing ground. The last 10 years, as all the presentations we had, are 10 years in which, because of the, I would say, the very, very different response to the financial crisis that we had in Europe and they had in the US, our response in Europe is a very inward-looking response. The last 10 years were 10 years very inward-looking, very protectionistic 10 years, in which we said we have to protect ourselves. So totally risk aversion, we were discussing it, Stefan, risk aversion approach everywhere, no any risk. The securitization topic is one of the demonstrations. We had this discussion before. In my report, I try, and I would like to share with you a good point, a good news. I presented everywhere my report. I discussed it in all the countries. And I always tested this topic of securitization, because the topic of securitization is a stigma problem. And I have the feeling that today there are no more obstacles to move in that direction. In my view, it is a crucial point to free and to allow investments. And so it's a crucial point. The other fundamental point is in the US, the development of the financial market, we say one financial market, allowed the US to have a multiplication of private investments in innovation. That is the crucial point. In innovation, they were 10 years ago, 1 to 1. Public investment 1, private investment 1. Today they are 1 to 3. 3 private investment, 1 public investment. They were able to move in that direction because they have a financial market that is unified, in which they boost the innovation investments. And we didn't. If we take the investments on AI in the last 10 years, in the US, 330 billion euros. In China, 100 billion euros. In Europe, 20 billion euros. Because we have only national check. And having only national check, the number is very small, and of course, we are not aware and we're not capable to multiplicate. So my key point is the fact that the last 10 years, the response to the crisis were a response where we weren't able to, I would say, to keep the challenge and to fulfill this challenge in the right direction. So we were there, and the fact that we mentioned before on the banking union, what we did was only half of the banking union. And we weren't able to complete it, coming back to your question on how to complete, we weren't able to complete only because we were out of the crisis. So the first part was outcome of a big crisis. So at the end of the day, I would like to say that this momentum we have today, we have to take it. And we have to take it because otherwise the only possibility to do is to do things only because we have COVID or because we have the Russian aggression to Ukraine, because we have a meteorite coming from abroad. But my big, I would say, political message through the report is to say, I propose 3 roadmaps. These 3 roadmaps on the 3, energy, telecom, and financial services, is not, I would say, something that is against national sovereignty. Because we lost national sovereignty with the euro on that. So we have only to be able to go forward and to take all the advantages of this integration. We can do it. It is not a problem. Can someone here is able to tell me why I have in my pocket 1 plus 39, 1 plus 33, and I will be in the, I'm starting my new job in university in Madrid, and I'm obliged to have a third mobile with a plus 34. Is there someone able to explain to me why we have a national prefix for the numbers, for the telephone numbers? There's only one reason, but we can easily overcome it with the redistribution. The reason are the fees of the operators to the national treasury. I understand, I was in government, I know very well that these fees are important for the national treasury, but we can easily have a European single market of telecom with around 10, 15 operators. We can choose our own operators, one in Lithuania, one in Italy, one other, a European one. I can choose the one in Lithuania because it's better than the one in Italy. And so this consumer protection is assured, but these operators can be bigger, and we can have finally just one prefix, as you said on IBAN. So a +0, because the +1 is already taken, as you know. So the +0, and this +0 can be for all the European Union. I was traveling in Benelux in a Zoom meeting presenting my report to American investors, and then the line was cut suddenly. I was telling them we have some problems in Europe with the fragmentation of the single. And then I suddenly understood that I was passing the border between Brussels and Luxembourg. Can you imagine? Between Belgium and Luxembourg. Can you imagine? Is it possible? And the line was cut because of that. So I think these topics are easy. They are in favor of the consumers. Nobody can. There's only one problem with us. And is the reason why I end up my speech by saying the big problem is the fact that there are two groups of countries. The small countries and the countries that don't know they're small. And the big problem is that all our small, big countries, because I put mine in the group, they think that there's a symbolism of power. And this symbolism of power is that you need to have one incumbent on energy, one incumbent on telecom, 2 or 3 big systemic banks with the national flag. And you can't allow these 4, 5, 6 big companies to have a CEO not having the +39 in the case of Italy or the +33 in the case of France. So outcome of a merger. This is the key issue. And if you take what is happening in France, in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, even in the Netherlands, it is exactly this point. That is one of the points that is blocking all the big mergers. We didn't have any merge between among energy incumbent, telecom incumbent, and big banks in Europe in the last 15 years. Why? Because of this political topic. This is why I say there's a political big issue there, not a technical issue. It's a political issue there.
Yeah, sure. So I fully agree with you, and sometimes, here in Europe we feel beautiful for ourselves, so, but the external world does not see as such, Alfred, so in your presentation, in your speech, you touched 3 priorities for dynamism in Europe, so single market, industrial policy, domestic structural reforms. So my question to you would be how to overcome egoism or selfishness among member countries in deepening, for example, the single market. What you as IMF representative would advise, because fund always tries to be country specific, let's say Euro specific now.
Maybe start a bit in front of that. First point, we looked at why is per capita GDP so different between the US and EU. 30% difference in per capita GDP. We came out with a conclusion. It's not as many people fear here. It's not the European way of life, working less, enjoying life more, etc. It's not the capital stock, so working less is not the issue. It's not a lower capital stock. It's mostly about productivity. And productivity is efficiency. And that is leaving money at the table if you're not taking it. And the second point was that always the case? And the conclusion was, no, it wasn't. The productivity gap was labor productivity between the advanced European economy and the US was almost fully closed at the end of the 90s, at the beginning of the 2000s. And then something very interesting happened. We had the ICT revolution. And when you're looking at the ICT revolution and technology, it's about economies of scale. Producing an additional marginal product is not costing you anything. And why do you need scale? Where do you have scale? You need to have scale in market so that your companies can produce, your companies become bigger, your companies then are also able to easier finance innovation. When you're looking at US companies on the technological side, they spend 12% of sales on R&D. In Europe, the technology firms spend 4% on R&D. So the bigger you are, the more firepower you actually have to further invest. And when you're looking at the large firms in Europe as well, not only don't they have the market, but they also don't have the capital to grow. We also then looked, is it just large firms? And the conclusion was no. Same thing is happening with young firms and with the startups. The young firms need risk capital, not available in Europe. So when you're a startup and you start needing risk capital, you start moving actually to the US. And it's those dynamic, innovative firms in the US which are also kicking butt with the large leading firms. It's the competition they're creating, the disruption they're creating, and that is some missing dynamism in Europe. So it's a whole eco-verse, and that really came to bear in the 2000s because of the ICT revolution. So conclusion was, you actually go back to what Enrico said, one of the conclusions is if you want to produce to scale, you need to have that single market. Now, first observation is a single market is a European enterprise. That means a lot of things need to be done at the European level. When you're talking about regulation, don't forget that a lot of regulation on the European level is actually deregulating the national level. When you harmonize, you make it easier for companies to move across. That's deregulation at the national level. That's a good thing, and you need Europe for that. When you're looking at the provision of subsidies on the industrial policy side, what we found is if you want to be less distortive, you need to do it at the European level and you need to be coordinated. So what we are calling for as a recipe for success in Europe is more Europe, not less Europe. Now, second part of your question, that doesn't let national authorities off the hook. We need more structural reform in Europe. And when you're looking at some of the large European economies, they haven't done a thing on structural reforms and making the markets more competitive over the last 10 to 15 years. We did an interesting study with regard to the European accession countries, which may come in handy here. And we looked at the group of accession countries coming in 2004. First observation was big winners are the accession countries. And when you're looking at the level of GDP after 15 years of being part of the Union, their level of GDP is 30 percentage points higher than it would be if they had not joined the European Union. And clearly it comes back. One is they are joining a larger single market. But most importantly, when we looked at it, where these gains are coming from, they're coming from the 10 years of these countries before they joined the European Union they did an immense amount of structural reforms, much more than their peers, and that made a difference. Bad news is, these structural reforms, advantage versus peers, actually stopped at the time of joining the European Union, and that should not happen. But the second finding is it's also a boon for the large members, or the old members of the European Union. They get a boost from the succession of 10 percentage points versus non-accession. And their points again, they have to operate in a larger European market. So what we take away from that, it's more Europe, but it's also more structural reforms at the country level. When you're looking at labor market mobility, that's something you can do on the national level, and lots of other reforms you can do there.
Yeah, so I agree with you. So your three examples, of comparing costs and differences in US and Europe, of course, they are huge, and I'm quite cautious, how realistic is to repeat example of 1990 by closing, the productivity gap. But let's hope. I would like to move to Giancarlo. So this year, as you showed in your presentation, we marked 25 years with Euro. I just wanted to ask you, look, we have 27 EU members, yeah? But only 20 of them have Euro, despite the fact that according to the EU legislation, all countries which become the EU countries, they have to introduce Euro, except of course, Denmark. What do you think? What is the reason for not all EU countries are Eurozone countries? So of course, political issues, willingness, of course, society, positions, they are important ones, but from economical point of view, because for example, 3 weeks ago, I had conversation in Vienna with the Polish, one of Polish economists, and his point was that, look, we will think about Euro introduction only when we will reach some level of convergence. By the way, in 2014, before Euro introduction here, we also discussed maybe we should wait several years, just not to repeat the same mistake as we did in 2007. So what you would tell about that?
Well, this is actually was also a discussion before the Euro. There were like two camps exactly discussing whether jumping into the Euro would be beneficial to foster reforms, even if there was this concept at the time called endogenous optimal currency area, in which you join the Euro, you fulfill the criteria, and the economy is saying, well, maybe it's better to first get enough flexibility. I think that at this point the Euro is different than it was before. The ECB is playing a different way, and there is also a different engagement of the European Commission. So the discussion has the same headlines, the content is different. But it's true that, giving up, acquiring European sovereignty of monetary policy, rather than giving up national sovereignty, I would call it acquiring European sovereignty in monetary policy, requires to have flexibility in other instruments, and also an ability to engage into the European discourse and make sure that they can. So I would say there are different countries, of course, with different types. I can understand the reluctance of countries, especially Poland, which is not too small. For a small country, in a way, it's easier. For a larger country, it becomes more complex. No, there's also debate in Italy whether Italy was a good idea to jump in or to wait. But for a large country, I guess, enough fiscal space, functioning labor market, structuring pension reforms and everything before joining, ability to absorb shocks, I think is essential. I don't want to take time but I want to, can I interact with them?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So one thing, as an academic with many students, the benefit is that you want to look at Europe as it is now, and I see four things that are the counterpart of everything you say. The first thing is that there is very different level of competition across countries. My favorite indicator of competition is the size distribution of firms. There are countries with medium and large firms in abundance, very strong with profits and markups, presence in the market. Other countries with a totally different, and that is the panorama in which the single market will. The second thing, if you look at the ECB report, banking lending to firm is shrinking. You're talking about 10 percentage points. So banks are disengaging. There is something else going on, more cash, more profits, which enters in this transformation. The fourth thing is that there is a different technology there, right? So think about, in the past, it makes sense for me not to innovate because I could borrow the ideas of the countries in the frontier, remember, catching up, coming from behind. Today, the technology is not like that. The leader can take the whole market. There is a stream form of increasing return. And this stream form of increasing return in certain things is inherently linked to security because it's about sharing information. So that means that we need to think about that, right? Then there is lots of stuff that can be done with the regulation. We don't need to invest in everything, right? But those things is actually where the action is. And the fourth thing is that the elephant in the room. Many countries, including the one I'm national of, have a fiscal problem. So the last thing they want is to lose the grip on their economy, on the 3-9, the telecom. And this is actually the enormous demand for what I call financial repression or segmentation, because maybe it's psychological, maybe it's real, but it feels good to be able to go and get money, right, in my own community. So it is something, I think these four things are where the balls are on the table. Now we know that we need to stick, no, we need to push these balls, but we cannot lose track of these four things, this engagement of banks, the firm distribution, where to look at the link between technology and security. And the fourth thing is that there is a fiscal elephant in the room everywhere at this point. Even in countries that so far did not have the fiscal elephant, no, the small elephant is coming out, is growing.
Maybe one point on that. When we are looking at the target number of 800 billion additional investment required, it's in the past this has been a split of 20 public, 80 private. And it's the 80 private we should be really focusing on, and that means we need to unleash firm dynamism, and they need that single market in order to have these investment opportunities. So it's not just about public investment is not taking place because of
sure,
very important.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, Beata, I think that the current situation with the global trade is such that, as you showed in your presentation, we can speak about some kind of blocks. So it would be interesting to hear, how do you see the future of the global trade? Could we still speak about economic globalization if industrial policies, as you told during the presentation, just came back? What do you think?
Well, I think in one word, the future will be turbulent, right? With Donald Trump in the White House, I think we will be talking about trade policy much more. Donald Trump is promising 20% tariff all around, 60% tariff on China. Now, the US is the largest export market for the EU. About 20% of German car exports go to the US. So European economy would be hit hard by these tariffs. And this hit would come at an already difficult time in Europe. There may be also an indirect effect as the US market is closing to Chinese exports. Some of these exports may be deflected to the European market. And that will create a dilemma for Brussels how to react, right? Do we follow the WTO rules and do something according to the book slowly, or do we react faster to the US trade policy? Similarly, vis-à-vis China, do we use anti-dumping, countervailing duties? So instruments we are allowed to use under the WTO, or do we go a different route, for instance, by cutting a deal with China and having China use voluntary export restrictions. Now, if you go back to the 1980s, well, the older crowd in the room may remember that in the 1980s, the US was very worried about competition from Japanese car makers. And the way that was resolved was exactly through Japan introducing voluntary export restrictions and doing FDI in the US. Voluntary export restrictions are attractive because the revenue goes to the exporting country as opposed to the import market collecting the tariff. Now, the trouble is that the voluntary export restrictions are no longer legal under the WTO rules. So in that sense, Europe is facing a dilemma, to go for sort of short-run benefit or to think about the long term and do things by the book and maintain the global trading rules and prevent global fragmentation from happening. And a similar dilemma is present with respect to the industrial policy, right? Do you do industrial policy the way the US does IRA, with discriminating against foreign production, or do you keep it open? And, I hope that the EU will remain an adult in the room because, besides the US, China, and Europe, there are still other countries. And for these countries, maintaining of this legal infrastructure that has successfully governed trade for the last few decades is incredibly important. Now, what this legal infrastructure does, it gives certainty to investors that tariffs in a given country will not go above a certain bound level. Once nobody obeys the WTO rules, this certainty is out of the window, and some of the countries that are with lower levels of governance, that are less able to commit to maintaining particular trade policy, will suffer. They will get less investment.
And also during your presentation, you showed different, let's say, different currencies, and their role in the global trade, and you also mentioned that the BRICS, so how realistic is that BRICS could introduce a new currency or use the one of funds reserve currencies as the main currency in the trade between them?
Well, I think that launching a new currency is incredibly hard. And, Giancarlo talked about the teething problems in the EU, right, where we had a lot of integration. So I think that's not something that would happen soon. But, what we see is increased role renminbi plays in the world. It's still small. If you look at SWIFT transactions, I think it accounts for about 6% of global trade-related transactions in SWIFT. But what's very striking is the trend. And this upward trend started with the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Now, what is being traded in renminbi, or who is trading? Countries that are not participating in sanctions, countries that have swap lines with People's Bank of China, also sanctioned goods that are exported to Russia by non-sanctioning countries are more likely to be traded in renminbi. Because if you are if you are trading in the US dollar, your transaction at some point will touch the US financial system. It leaves a trace. So if you are worried about secondary sanction, you will avoid that.
Yeah, thank you. So now I would like to turn to the audience. So we and ask to raise several questions if you have. So please, here, gentlemen.
Thank you. Sigita Šiaudinis, Bank of Lithuania. Your prescribed recommendations how to revive Europe are more than clear, but they are time-consuming and politically consuming as well. Let me be more pragmatic and a little bit provocative. What would be your advice for pro-European politicians in France, in Germany, and in many other countries who are struggling right now to prevent extreme politicians from gaining ruling power? Thank you.
Thank you, Sigitas. Who would be volunteer to answer the question for a million one, you know?
Maybe
please,
I will say something, and then I'm sorry if I have to leave to the airport. I think that in my report, I decided to have one chapter that is the chapter a little bit provocative, where I try to launch the big mission for the single market to be able to give solutions and opportunities not only to those who want the single market as a synonym of freedom to move, but also for the large part of our people. They don't want to move, they want the freedom to stay. Because I have the feeling that the single market in Europe is too much considered as the big set of opportunities for the cosmopolitan people, the people speaking many languages, taking planes and working in another country. But probably the majority of our people, they are not these kind of people. They want to stay where they were born, they want to speak their own language. And if we are not able, as European institutions, to clearly say that Europe is for all, it's not only for those who want the freedom to move. Probably here in this room, we are all people of this kind of group of people, because we are all debating in a language. I don't know if there's someone from the UK or from Ireland here, but we are all discussing in a language that is not our native language. And the large part of our people, they are not used to do so. They live in, and they speak, and they... So the key point is not just, the language is just a symbol. But for instance, the topic of services of general interest. So this is my suggestion for German, French, Italian, or even Lithuanian politicians, is to say, we have to link Europe to the spread of services of general interest everywhere on the ground. Because until now, we had this very negative link. Europe was the reason why we closed services of general interest in the peripheric areas in our countries. When you give this message, this is what happened in the big countries, in the funders of the European Union. The reason why the reputation of Europe is going down there is also because we had this topic, this slogan. We have to close the hospital in a countryside because Europe asks for closing this hospital. That is not true, of course. Europe is only asking to keep, I would say, financial rules and financial correct rules. It's up to you to decide what to do. But this narrative, I don't know if you remember the yellow vests in France, the gilets jaunes. The gilets jaunes story is exactly that. And I was there, I was working there in that period. So I remember very well, it was not an ideological anti-Europe, it was this point. It was the idea to say, I live far from Paris, far from the centers. I have it is not so far from the famous take back control. Is always the same topic, is the acceleration of globalization giving you the perception that you are losing the possibility to control your future. And this is why I end up, and I leave by saying that your point and your slide, that is fantastic, on the umbrella and the shield. Euro as a shield, as an umbrella. I took a picture of this, and I will spread this image everywhere. This is the key issue. We used to be attacked as pro-Europeans as if the European Union was the storm, the rain. It is the opposite. The storm, the rain, is the globalization process, the accelerated globalization process. Europe is an umbrella. The euro is a shield. It's not the storm. The storm is what the umbrella is there to protect us from. And the reason why today, 25 years after the creation of the euro, 75% of European citizens are happy with the euro. 75%. Finally. You don't have any public debate, any national political debate where you have someone asking for coming back to the drachma, to the lira, to the peseta, to the franc, to the nobody. Why? Because the euro is a success, and because your slide on the shield, on the umbrella, is the right one. It's a great message, and I think what you, from here, you are telling to all European leaders, all European establishment, is the good message, and we have to start from here. I'm so sorry if I have to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So then maybe one more question from the audience. Who would like to ask? And it will be the most important question because it will be the last one.
Yeah,
sure,
so
go ahead.
Thank you, Vitas. So hello, everyone. My name is Vitas Kapočius. I'm economist by education and a business consultant by profession. So first of all, thank you for all the speakers for really insightful speeches and for the organizer Bank of Lithuania. Really splendid event. And today we celebrate 10 years of euro in Lithuania, and actually we also celebrate 25 years of euro in Europe, as rightly pointed by Mr. Kammer and well elaborated by Mr. Corsetti. And 25 years might be a short time of period for a history of any country, but certainly it is a significant time span for any human being. So my question to all esteemed panelists, so please may each of you shortly in one sentence describe how do you envision Eurozone and our economic and monetary union develop over the next 25 years, an example by year 2049. Thank you.
Thank you very much for stalling my work, you know. So that was I wanted to end this, you know, with this panel with that question. So please go ahead, Alfred.
It's more than one sentence. I see actually more Europe, and we need to make the case to the European citizen why more Europe is in their interest, because it is the recipe for increasing prosperity. We have 27, as we have mentioned a number of times, small countries in Europe. Compared to the hegemons you have in global. So Europe needs to be together, use its scale. Second point is a bigger Europe is also providing more economic security through risk sharing, i.e. in a more shock-prone world, it can buffer more shocks and therefore can protect the citizens. So I see actually a successful Europe will be more Europe, and it will be a Europe where politicians make the case that this more Europe is in their national interest.
Yeah.
Well, if we or someone else is sitting here in 25 years looking back, I hope they will be able to say that for countries that are not currently in the Eurozone, the accession process was an anchor that provided stimulus, commitment device for reforms, and that they use the Euro accession process the same way that the EU accession process was used 20 years ago.
Let me follow up on Letta. there will be an existential change in Europe once we understand that actually diversity within Europe is an asset and not a problem. Where we have different languages, different cultural tradition. We didn't have the Civil War. We didn't abolish the German language in the US. So we need to respect our diversity, be inclusive, and provide a room for stability. And if I can make, sometimes I'm confused with an austerity guy. My point is very simple. If you want the welfare state, you need to have a stable fiscal situation. If you want hospital, public education, the debt must be under control. This is a problem for, I would say, it's a difficult point to make to French politicians, but there is a sense in which sovereignty is European, and within Euro umbrella, we can have our own sovereignty in terms of culture, inclusiveness, way of lives. Why not? There is no technical reason not to have it.
Thank you. And if you would allow, I will end this panel by saying Euro is stable, here to stay. So, yes, Mario Draghi, of course. So thank you very much for the panel, for the panelists, for your ideas, thoughts, and I think next 25 years will be prosperous in this old Europe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the panelists and for wonderful moderation, Mr. Vitas Vasiliauskas. Thank you very much. We exceeded our time by quite a lot, I believe, so I was asked to conclude the conference, and I'll try to be very short. It was said sometime today during the panel that every country is like a brick. So the house of Europe is as strong as every brick. And I remember the president of Lithuania at the beginning of his speech said that Lithuania is a success story of Europe and success story of our own. We have never been so successful. We hadn't had such a high welfare, despite the geopolitical turbulences around. So if we talk about the pillars of resilience for Europe, we first of all probably have to look at ourselves. So what were our pillars of resilience in a very, very difficult geopolitical environment? Because we lived in this environment for a long, long time. So commitment, perseverance, understanding your environment, preparing, like it was said a lot of times today, and willingness to be open, willingness to be transformed, willingness to be together with the others, joining European Union, NATO, other international organizations. And another very important point, which was not probably elaborated too much here, was also not being greedy, also having values and working for others and cheering for others. And I think that for Europe also one of the pillars of resilience is to have a successful enlargement, because the bigger we are, the stronger we are. So here I would like to stop and thank the organizers for a wonderful conference, and probably to say a word of thanks for those who were standing behind the conference, the organizers, the team that has worked. So thank you.